Hello, everyone. This is Chrononauts, a science fiction literature podcast. Mostly. This is JM, and I'm here today with Nate, and it's just the two of us, and we're going to do something different. Something that we've sort of been talking about for a little while. We're going to talk about some music today. But first, before we do that, I'll just run down some of our things. If you are coming across us for the first time, which is entirely possible with this broadcast because we've never talked about anything like this before. So we are normally a podcast that discusses science fiction literature, and we've been doing this for a few years now, and we essentially have been covering all kinds of material that's foundational to the genre, as well as bringing in some of our own favorites and unearthing some historical curiosities and translating some things into English for the first time even. So you can find us on YouTube, of course, but you can also find us at chrononautspodcast.blogspot.com. And we also have our regular podcast platforms active, like Spotify, and I don't know, a lot of things are changing hands. Stitcher doesn't really exist anymore, apparently, but whatever it turned into, I guess we might be on there still.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
It pushes us everywhere. Google, Apple. We also post our stuff on YouTube, so if that's more convenient for people to listen to, we're there as well.
Yeah. Basically, our blogspot is where you can go to find all our extra material. Anything we might want to post is probably going to be on there.
We definitely have some very cool stuff coming up on the blogspot in the next couple weeks. There's one story I've been working on called Aliens that I'm really excited to post and share with you all because I think it's a very interesting piece, not only from a historical standpoint, but it's a pretty cool story as well. We haven't really covered anything involving aliens or extraterrestrial life on the podcast yet, but it's certainly a major strain in science fiction history that we're going to be getting to at some point.
I never really thought of that. We haven't talked about too many aliens. We have a little bit.
Yeah.
But a lot of it's like Martians from the 19th century kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure.
So far, I guess, we've talked about a lot of strange life, but not specifically extraterrestrials. So
definitely check out the blog spot. Keep an eye out in the next couple weeks. We have several stories already up there that you can read, and we have a lot more coming up in the future. So today's podcast, though, is something else. We are both music fans, and we actually met because of our interests in heavy metal and heavy music in general. And this was quite a long time ago. And I know one band that we both talked about a fair bit is Voivod. And Voivod is a band that I think fits into the podcast in a way because they are a science fiction inspired band. Not only that, but they actually kind of create their own science fiction concepts. And Nate and I are both really into metal. And one thing that I definitely notice is that usually with bands, when they discuss thematics like horror and science fiction and fantasy stuff, you can usually tell right away where their influences are lyrically, and they don't hide that. Like, often a song title will be named after a specific movie or book or something like that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's really cool, and that's how you kind of pick up on stuff. I know a recent conversation I had with somebody about Iron Maiden was basically discussing how many people, especially like teenagers, for example, got introduced to really cool books and movies because of the songs that they wrote. The Prisoner, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, Murders in the Rue Morgue.
Yeah, Brave New World.
Right.
I just kind of had the thought that, I mean, a lot of these teens who would have been listening to Iron Maiden either in the 80s or afterwards, maybe they didn't do so well in school. Maybe it wasn't because they didn't have the acuity for it, but they just didn't, whatever the system was, didn't connect with them, and they wanted to be rebellious and stuff. And yet, their favorite band was talking about all these works of literature, and you could learn a lot from something like that. Going forward, a band like Deceased, I think King Fowley, he kind of makes up a lot of his own stories too, but a lot of the time, again, you can sort of tell, that whole album is kind of like a Night of the Living Dead theme kind of thing going on or whatever, right?
Yeah, their first album, the cover is a still from Mario Bava's Black Sabbath.
There you go. And they have the Fearless Undead Machines album, which starts out with the Night of the Living Dead sample and everything. Right. And Deceased will come up again later in this podcast.
Yes.
But Voivod is different. Voivod doesn't really wear their literary influences on their sleeves. And I think they're there, but I also think that just in the minds of the members Away and Snake, who we'll get to momentarily, I think they just came up with a lot of this stuff. I think they do their own thing. And that's something that I will probably say a lot during this broadcast, is this is a band that does its own thing. They don't really sound like anybody else.
No.
And they don't really seem to think like too many other bands. Yeah. So, and when it comes to the lyrical inspiration and stuff, it just seems like a lot of it is internal. You can trace some of it to the things they were reading and watching, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But
yeah, certainly for the heavy metal realm, when they get started, it's an interesting synthesis of all their influences, which they show and tell you pretty easily. But when they, I guess, start to develop their signature sound, there's really no precursors in the metal realm that sound like them. There's a hardcore band, De Croizen, who started a little bit earlier, and I think it's just a case of parallel development at first. Did you listen to the Cows and Beer 7-inch?
Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
Yeah. So that came out, I think, in like 1982. And it's just kind of one of those things where different people happen to end up in the same place in totally parallel fashion, not knowing about one another. Because I don't think Voivod heard about them until a little bit later. There was one interview that I found from 1988 where they mentioned that they liked them a lot. But in 1983, 1984, when they first started, Voivod were listening to a completely different set of bands at first.
It seems that way. I mean, it's hard to say exactly 100% what they would have been listening to, but I think we have a pretty good documentation of that based on what they said and also the kind of covers they played, although they did also say that they just weren't good enough to play some of the stuff they liked.
Right.
So
yeah,
when they started out, they always liked progressive rock, for example, like even in the very beginning, but they certainly wouldn't have been able to play that stuff in the beginning days. And I don't know, apparently Away was always kind of into punk, but like they didn't really cover too many of these songs early on. So
right.
Why don't we, before we get into the early days of the band and stuff, why don't you tell me where you were when you first heard them, what you thought, how it's been over time with you getting to know them and stuff?
Sure, yeah. I first heard them in winter of 1995 when a friend of a friend who had a whole bunch of metal tapes really wasn't interested in the genre anymore, so he wanted to sell them. And I was a young kid just getting into it, and I wanted to buy all that stuff. So I believe I bought 20 tapes for $25, or maybe it was 25 tapes for $20, and I got a lot of the classics from the big bands, so like Metallica's Ride the Lightning, all the Slayer full lengths up to Seasons in the Abyss, including the Haunting the Chapel and Live Undead tapes, Anthrax's Attack of the Killer Bees, as well as some of the bigger death metal bands like Death and Obituary and Suffocation. But there was this one album I got in there called Nothing Face by Voivod, and the cover just like really struck me. And unfolding the tape liner notes, every song on the album has like its own individual drawing, and artwork I thought was really cool. The cover especially reminded me of the mood and feeling and kind of similar graphic design to this one Infocom text adventure game called Suspended, which I really liked as a kid and played a lot. And the text adventure games is kind of one form of interactive fiction that maybe another interesting tangent to go on in one of these bonus episodes, because that game certainly very much fits into the science fiction genre.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet, but we should totally do a bonus episode on the Infocom science fiction games.
Yeah, there's some really cool stuff in here. I mean, this one in particular I'd played a lot as a kid, and the concept behind it is just so cool, where you're like this disembodied consciousness who has controls of 5 different robots in this complex, but each robot has a different sense. So one robot can hear, one robot can see, one robot can like plug into the wall and detect like electrical vibrations and stuff like that. And these little mini paintings and the cover of Nothing Face, just, I don't know, it reminded me so much of like scenes from that game that like it stuck with me very early on. And the music on the album didn't click with me right away. I think it took like about a year or two for me to like really get into it because it is a pretty weird album. But once it clicked, I really liked it a lot, and I purchased the rest of their discography up to that point in time, which I think was up to Negatron.
Yes,
at that time. And then Phobos came out a couple years later. Some of the classic albums, it took me a while to really get into and really have them click.
Yeah.
Like Roar was like the last one to really fully click with me. But some albums I just like really liked right away, like Dimension Hatros is like I think a really cool album that I really liked, especially as a teenager. War and Pain is just like so wild and across the place. And I listened to them like a lot in high school. And the period throughout the 90s and the 2000s, the band changed a lot, and I kind of fell off listening to the newer albums. Their longtime guitar player, Piggy, had passed away, and they released a bunch of albums without him. And yeah, I just wasn't too interested until relatively recently when their most recent full-length came out. JM was talking very highly of it, and I listened to it, and I really liked it. And we had kicked around the idea of doing this episode as just like a bonus episode when we have a little bit of downtime with the regular stories that we've been doing on the podcast. And I listened to the self-titled basically through the present for mostly the first time. So that was kind of an interesting experience going through those records after listening to the classic era a lot for the last 20 or 30 years or so. Certainly all the stuff up to Nothing Face is stuff that I periodically revisit quite frequently.
Well, I'm looking forward to talking about some of these albums.
Yeah.
So I guess for now, I won't really get too specific about the albums. It was a little different for me, but around the same time, actually. And the first Voivod I did hear was, in fact, Megatron. And I didn't really know too many people who were interested in this kind of music back in 1995, 96. I really didn't. There were a few people that I occasionally would sort of hang out with. They were kind of older than me, and I was still trying to figure out a lot of things, like what kind of heavy music I liked. I knew I wanted it heavy, but I don't really know where to go. It was kind of a confusing time because a lot of the classic bands were trying to adapt to the times and changing their sounds and becoming like groovier and sort of more like Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to talk about that a lot, I think, at different points tonight, because Voivod changed their sound a lot, and I think that's one really cool thing about them is while I don't like everything they've done, it is cool that they're just not remaking Killing Technology 15 times in a row like they could be doing.
For me, a big thing was college radio, and it was really what helped me get into a lot of stuff, is listening to certain radio programs. Not just college radio, but one of the rock station based out of St. Catharines, Ontario. And they had a heavy music show on Friday nights between 1 and 3 in the morning. And I started listening to this show around 1995. Now, Nate, for those of you listening to the podcast who've never heard us before, this is, something that we occasionally comes up, but we're in different locations. I live in Canada, in Southern Ontario, and Nate lives in the US. So for me, being a Canadian, Voivod was kind of an interesting phenomenon because they're also Canadian. They're from Quebec. And, well, they're kind of one of these bands where it's like a lot of joking, I guess, about Canadian music and about how it's forced on people, especially Canadians, because we have this whole thing where there's some government arm called the CRTC, which basically mandates that radio stations and so on have to play a certain amount of Canadian content.
Got to get in your April wine.
Yes, more April wine than most people would hear, I suppose. But even then, though, not so much. I would have been happy with more April wine and less the Tragically Hip.
Yeah, right.
Because I'm a 90s teen, so that was kind of the thing, as a Tragically Hip is that band that you're supposed to like because, they're kind of a Canadian institution. But I guess older people might think of Rush in the same way. But the thing is, there's a big difference between bands like the Tragically Hip, I think, and Rush and Voivod. And I think Voivod fits more into the Rush camp. Maybe not as popular, but you actually get surprising amounts of people from all over the world who know their music and really, really respect them. And even outside of the metal sphere, which does tend to be a little bit insular sometimes, you know, like you don't often see, besides the really big bands like Metallica and Megadeth, like you don't often see people from outside the genre going, oh yeah, I listened to that and it really influenced us. But Voivod is kind of one of those bands where it's like, all of a sudden you get Dave Grohl talking about how great they are and stuff like that. And I guess he's always been kind of into metal and he just done some heavier stuff. But nevertheless, so it was one of those radio programs that was playing stuff from Negatron. And I heard over a period of several months, several songs from that album. And I also heard it on like a satellite radio thing when I was up at a cottage up north somewhere. And they also played one song from Negatron repeatedly. And I thought it was just okay. They didn't really take me by storm. But I mean, I did record a few of the songs because back then I was taping a lot of the stuff that I heard off the radio.
Yeah.
As I think a lot of people did. And it really was a couple of years till I heard anything else. So it didn't stick with me right away. And I think it wasn't really till the early 2000s that I really started to get into them. I actually saw them open for Motorhead in, I believe it was 2002. And that was really cool. Razor was also playing that show, and I was a little more familiar with Razor, actually, because Voivod was just one of those bands that they seemed kind of impenetrable, and, I don't know, a little strange, and Negatron didn't really, like, it was kind of interesting, but I didn't really see what the big deal was, I guess. And then the album after that came out, and it started to change my mind a little bit, but I want to talk about that more when we actually go through the albums.
Sure.
So I'll save that. But it took a long time. It took a long time for me to really get Voivod, and I actually still think I'm on the journey. I mean, they're one of my favorite bands now, and Nate, you said just a minute ago that you didn't like everything that they did. I do. I actually think all these albums are good, so we're going to go through the discography in a short while. And I will say, there isn't one of these albums that I really don't like. But they have to come into an order, and so this was actually really hard for me. We're going to rank the discography. But yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment. But I guess we can just run down the history of the band then. So Voivod formed in either 1981 or 1982, I guess, depending on who you ask, in Jonquière, Saguenay, in Quebec. And it's an industrial town with an aluminum plant and a paper mills being the biggest economic factors. And the former especially was an influence on Voivod's aesthetic and Snake's lyrics. So right now, in 2023, the lineup consists of Michel Langevin, Dominique Laroche, Daniel Mongrain, and Denis Ballanger. And Denis Ballanger and Michel Langevin are the two original members who are still in the band right now. So, originally, Denis Damour was their guitarist, and he was searching for musicians to start a band with. He met up with Jean-Yves Thériault, and Damour was a guitar player. And at that time, Thériault could not actually play an instrument, but I guess they kind of decided that he was going to play bass. Pretty much what the other guys say. Langevin, who joined the band shortly afterwards, he and Thériault didn't really know how to play anything, so the band took a while to sort of find its feet because, according to them anyway, Denis Damour pretty much had to teach them how to play their instruments, and he was actually good, but I guess in Jonquière at the time, there just weren't that many people into this type of music, which I can totally believe.
Yeah.
Jonquière is, I mean, I've never actually been there, but it's a town about 4 or 5 hours drive from Montreal.
Even Montreal, I mean, there's not like a lot of bands that were playing this kind of music from there.
Not back then. It kind of became like the center of Canadian metal, I guess, in a way, but certainly in 1981, 82, no, not much going on, I don't think. Yeah. And for non-Canadians, I guess this might require a little bit of an explanation, but Quebec's music scene is a little strange. It's very, I guess, divided between the type of artists who just sing in French and never really are going to be known that much outside of their region, but may be very known in Quebec. Like, they may actually be quite venerated in that province, but it's not likely that too many other people know who they are. My mother is actually Quebecois, and we were talking about this a while ago because I told her that we were going to do a thing on Voivod. She's never heard of them, but like, she's not really into rock music or metal or anything like that. So, but she's kind of interested because they were a band from Quebec, and she wanted to know if they moved away, because most of the bands that sort of become known in the world, they don't stay there. I'm sure it's probably similar in a lot of places. You know, you come from like a small town or whatever, or like a sort of parochial area where music is, it tends to be sort of isolated, and things, it's hard for things to get out. And there's also the language barrier, of course, where English is kind of considered like the international language for rock and metal music, pretty much. And bands in Scandinavia, Germany, and stuff like that, generally, if they want to be recognized, they'll probably end up singing in English eventually. So, Voivod, I guess, you know, they're considered a Canadian institution, and certainly they have a lot of fans in Quebec, but I think they always, like, were more interested in just being a heavy metal band rather than being purveyors of music in Quebec, and they were always singing in English, pretty much. I think they only did their first French song in 2013, actually.
Yeah.
Pretty incredible. I actually thought earlier that they had done a couple of other ones, but I looked into it, and no, they'd use a few French lines here and there, and they had a couple of French titles for a couple of their tracks, but generally, yeah, all in English. So,
yeah, I think there's only one metal record I've heard from Quebec from the 80s that's in French. Everything else I've heard from...
which one's that?
Trop for Us.
Okay, I'm not sure if I've listened. Yeah, and of course, Cauchemar nowadays. But
yeah, right.
Yeah, they developed their character, which was called the Voivod, and this came about thanks to Michel Langevin, who had this idea about the Voivod character, this vampiric creature that lives in a post-atomic wasteland on a planet called Morgoth. I don't know, it's sort of like a bastardization of Tolkien. Like, apparently he was really into Lord of the Rings, and he was thinking about Mordor, but I guess he wanted to change the name, and Morgoth was actually a character in Lord of the Rings. Sorry, not a character, but I guess he's more in the Silmarillion. This is sort of mentioned in Lord of the Rings as... I don't remember exactly what the history of it is. I'm sure Tolkien fans will be dying to tell me right now what the deal is with Morgoth, but it's not a place, though. It's a person in Tolkien's canon. Voivod, I guess, was kind of inspired by his reading of Bram Stoker's Dracula and a few other things. And Voivod is kind of I guess, like a chieftain or a high-ranking military leader. And the idea was, and would be, that they would tell the story of the Voivod character as he developed from this kind of nuclear barbarian into a kind of spacefaring creature. And this carried on over about 7 albums, more or less. And it's not a clear concept that you can always kind of figure out and make perfect sense of, but I think it's really cool that they had this kind of sense of cohesion through all the albums.
Yeah, definitely.
Denis Bélanger joined in early 1983. They wanted a very theatrical singer, and he certainly fit the bill. Here's what Michel Langevin said about the Voivod character, actually. So he said, "An anti-hero, a vampire born in a post-nuclear age, immortal and unstoppable." And the other guys really liked the concept, so this is what they decided to work with. And in June 1983, they did their first gig. So during this time, they were doing a lot of covers, and they were covering bands like Judas Priest, Venom,
Raven,
Motorhead, a lot of NWOBHM kind of stuff. I guess they were really, really into Iron Maiden's debut, but being a staunchly two-guitar thing, I don't think they would have been covering too much of that stuff. Although I did see that they covered Slayer's Chemical Warfare in late 84. I think that's actually probably easier to do with one guitar than some of the stuff on the first Slayer album.
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
you can kind of really tell that it's like a two-guitar. My old band tried to cover Cryonics at one point, and it sounds pretty cool with one guitar, but you're missing something, I think. So, but anyway, the gig that they did in June 1983 actually got recorded and became the Anachronism demo. And I think that it's kind of cool. Like, both their kind of known early demos, which is this one and To the Death, are very obviously live recordings, and you can hear like an audience and stuff. You can't hear it on Anachronism. I actually think Anachronism is like, I'm not sure. It doesn't sound like it was recorded from the crowd. To the Death sounds like it's in their rehearsal room and they have a small audience there with them. So, but on Anachronism, I think is where they kind of came up with their monikers. So at that time, here we go. Denis Bélanger was Snake, Throat Scream, Insults, Mic Torture, and Weapons Operator. Denis D'Amour was Piggy, Burning Metal Axe, Electromotive Force, and Tremolition. Jean-Yves Thériault was Blackie, Blower Bass, Pyromania, and Shit. And Michel Angevin was Away, Thunder and Death Machine, Horror and Visions. So, the source of these names, kind of mysterious, I guess. Snake had something to do with his stage persona. Apparently he had some kind of snake skin thing that he would wear. Blackie was named after a dog, apparently, but he also, I guess he was like sort of considered the darkest person in the band, and he thought it fit his personality. Away was kind of a joke because he was in college, and so he often couldn't make band rehearsals, so he was often away. That early 80s metal thing where the band members are not just playing bass and drums and guitar, they're playing blower bass and pyromania and battery and stuff.
Very Venom.
Yeah, like, and it's just kind of this cool mystique that a lot of the sort of thrashy 80s metal bands had, where it's like, they're not normal, like they're not doing normal things. And this is definitely like something that Voivod had early on, and they would develop into this kind of awesomely progressive, otherworldly thing. But early on, they definitely had this like barbaric, extreme, kind of pugnacious metal aesthetic. And you hear those early recordings and you just, you want to tear shit up. Like, it's violent and nasty, and the lyrics are, Snake always seems so aggressive and he wants to pick a fight with everyone kind of thing, and like, it's just that's the thing that they're at. And we haven't really described their music too much because I think we'll get into that when we talk about the albums, but like, it's definitely true that early on they were following in the footsteps of their influences, but I still think like the early Voivod stuff has a certain unique quality to it that really makes it stand out, and I think a lot of people did notice that. But yeah, I mean, later on, maybe by their third or fourth album, they started getting known as that band that used all the weird chords, because the chords that Piggy would use on guitar were not like other things that people would do. And I remember talking to one of the guys associated with the Norse black metal scene in the late 90s, and he was like talking about, it's like Piggy was abducted by aliens and he learned how to play guitar from them, pretty much. Right. And everything's, different for him.
Yeah, even the really early stuff, his guitar playing feels strange and off-kilter, which...
Yeah, I'm definitely going to describe some of that.
Yeah. Because
it is really something, and it took me... It actually, like, the early stuff was actually part of what made me like them a lot.
Yeah, totally.
It's kind of talking about, like, Negatron didn't really... It didn't really flick the switch for me, but something like their debut album, when I heard that, I was really ready for it.
Yeah.
I'm saving the discussion of that for a long time in the future, but Metal Blade's, I guess, I don't know, it's just the guy that runs Metal Blade, or did at the time, Brian Slagel, heard their demos, and he asked the band to record Condemned to the Gallows for Metal Massacre 5. So the Metal Massacre series was a pretty famous, well, now it's pretty famous, series of compilations that Metal Blade put together, showcasing a lot of underground thrash and speed, and I guess even early kind of death metal bands.
Yeah.
And there's some really good stuff on those compilations.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, they broke some really huge bands. Like, Volume 1 is the first vinyl appearance of Metallica. Volume 3 is the first vinyl appearance of Slayer. And on Volume 5, not only do we get the first vinyl appearance of Voivod, but also Omen, Overkill, Fate's Warning, Metal Church, and Hellhammer. So it's a pretty stacked record.
Yeah, that's stacked, all right. Yeah. This stuff probably won't make too much sense to regular Chrononauts listeners unless they're also metal fans, but hopefully we'll actually get people interested enough to check out one thing or the other, either the music or the literature. And yeah, we might refer to a lot of bands in this episode. We'll try to explain everything, so just be patient with us and we'll get there. War and Pain was recorded in the summer of 1984 and released on Metal Blade Records. And it was recorded at Le Tourroir Studio during the week of June 19th to 27th for around $2,000, which they had borrowed from Snake's mom. We are kind of jumping on the bandwagon a little bit with this video because I noticed with this podcast, because I noticed lately there have been a lot of videos and other things about Voivod and their history. And I don't know, it seems like every time they come out with a new album now, there's like a real celebratory mood, which I think is very cool, actually. But there's been a bunch of stuff recently. The podcast Radical Research did a really good retrospective on Voivod, going through the discography in order. Peter from the YouTube channel Music is a Journey recently did a 3-part series on Voivod. There's been a couple of podcasts, like Matt Magachi's podcast. He's the new vocalist of Cryptopsy. Well, newer, anyway. He has a podcast where he actually had a way on there for quite a while, and they were discussing Voivod while drinking a whole bunch of local microbrews and stuff.
Nice, yeah.
Apparently, both Away and Chewy, who's the new guitarist, Daniel Mongrain, are both into, the local brewing industry and stuff, which is cool. Quebec has a lot of good beers, so if you're ever in the province. But that's the first album, War and Pain. And we're going to do something that some of these metal YouTubers and music YouTubers do. A lot of them actually do go through discographies in order, but we're going to do it according to how we feel about the records. And the reason I like this is because I think it's kind of is fun and it spawns like interesting debate. We get to see kind of how we might both feel differently about some of the albums. And it's something we've kind of done for the end of year things when we talk about those books and stories that we've read, and we kind of run through what were our favorites, what were our least favorites kind of thing. And so this is kind of a similar approach, but I will say, unlike with some of the literature, again, I like all these albums to at least some extent, and there isn't really anything here for me that's super bad. Maybe the last, like the one that I'm going to rank the lowest, I probably won't listen to it too often, but I will still listen to it, and I'll still probably enjoy a good number of the tracks from it. The other thing I want to make sure that is 100% clear, from my perspective anyway, I don't know how you feel about this, Nate, but this is totally how I feel about the albums. We're not trying to say this is the best Voivod album or this is the worst Voivod album or anything like that.
Yeah.
That depends on you. So we're just going to talk about how we feel about them personally. And you may feel differently. And I will say right now, this was kind of hard, and I'm sort of angry with myself for some of my choices, but I kind of have to make them, and I have to put them where I put them. And I think the thing that bugs me sometimes is that I don't want to do what everybody else does, and I kind of feel like I started out not wanting to fall into that trap, and I slowly, as I started thinking about it more and more, I started falling more and more into that expected pattern of where to put these albums. And that annoys me.
Yeah, well, we'll see how they fall.
We'll see how it goes. It should be pretty interesting. And after we're done with the discography run-through, we're going to talk about some additional things that they've put out. They've released a lot of live recordings and EPs and interesting compilations and stuff like that. And also other things that may have been influenced by them, because they're certainly, even though they're a hard band to imitate, they certainly left their mark.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And I think you can hear their influences showing up in a lot of interesting places sometimes.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. since we are normally a science fiction literature history podcast, I do want to briefly mention some of the titles and authors that they directly cited, primarily in the late 80s as influence. So for explicit titles, we have Brave New World, 1984, and something called Nihilist. I don't know what that refers to.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either, actually.
Yeah.
It's kind of
So
interesting.
maybe it was like a weird misprint in the zine that he said something and they thought he meant something else. But they also mentioned the general works of Arthur C. Clarke, Carlos Castaneda, and a couple of movies like 2001 and Eraserhead.
Yeah, and Asimov's 3 Laws of Robotics is specifically mentioned in at least one of their songs. So we know they were aware of that. We haven't actually done any of these works on the podcast, but we're going to go to at least some of them in the future.
Yeah.
So far on the podcast, we've actually not really covered a lot of the really well-known expected science fiction authors. We still haven't talked about Isaac Asimov, although we will next month.
Yeah.
We still haven't talked about Arthur C. Clarke. We haven't talked about Brave New World or 1984. We kind of like digging up the obscure things, and we also have been doing a lot of earlier foundational works. So,
yep.
But we will be getting to some of that stuff. I actually want to, even though it's kind of super mainstream, I do want to actually talk about 1984 and Brave New World at some point.
Sure.
On Chrononauts.
Yeah. But those are a couple of titles that I guess filter into the equation here of influences from the non-musical side, and I think we'll cover some of the musical influences when we get to the albums themselves.
So I think this will be a really fun discussion, possibly debate at times, and
we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Pour yourself a drink, and let's run through these then. Okay, Nate, why don't you start us off, since I was the kind of introducer, I guess. So why don't you start with your number 15 pick?
Sure. So my number 15 pick is Negatron from 1995. And I was never really into this album when I first heard it in high school. I'm not really that into it now, to be honest. The 90s were a weird time for a lot of these bigger metal bands associated with the thrash metal scene, or even just like, regular traditional heavy metal bands like Iron Maiden or Judas Priest. There were a lot of shifting trends in both the mainstream, so bands like Nirvana and Soundgarden got popular, and then later bands like Korn or Rage Against the Machine or whatever on the mainstream side. And then in the underground scene, death metal and black metal were becoming like internationally huge, with hundreds of bands releasing full-length records. So for a lot of these older bands, they were kind of having identity crises throughout the 90s and constantly shifting their sound, either adapting to a lot of the trends in one direction or the other. And Voivod do this quite a bit during the 90s. And this one, it definitely seems like there are a lot of like groove metal influences on this one. Not as much as like Pantera or something like that, but definitely feels a bit in that direction. And it just really doesn't work for me at all as a record. Snake, their longtime singer, had left the band, and they got in this new guy, Eric Forrest, who has like these two styles of singing. The clean singing he does really does sound a lot like Snake's vocals on the previous couple records, but his like more harsher sounding yells, I don't know, I'm just like not a big fan of that kind of vocal style on this record. The last track in particular, I wrote down in my notes that, man, I just was not a fan of this one. DNA.
Oh, DNA, yeah.
Yeah. I looked up setlist during this tour, and it was about 50% old material and 50% Negatron. So I'd imagine a big part of the reason that Forrest was chosen is he probably could sing exactly like Snake when they did those older songs live. Yeah, so I'm not really a huge fan of this record. I don't know. I haven't listened to this record since the 90s in preparation for this, so none of these were fresh in my head at all. And yeah, I just kind of felt the same way re-listening to this one that I did back then.
Well, so far, we line up. My number 15 is also Negatron. So
Right.
This album was released in September 1995, and it was the first album to be released on Hypnotic Records. So this was a label that was a thing when I was really first getting into metal, and a lot of Canadian bands were signed to this label. They had pretty good distribution, so you could find their records in most of the music stores around here and stuff like that. So yeah, this is also, like you said, Nate, this is the first album with Eric Forrest on vocals. Away pretty much took over writing lyrics here, and they had some interesting guests. So they had help from J.D. Thirlwell, who's otherwise known as Fetus, and he was actually involved in this album. He wrote a little bit of lyrics and I think did some vocals on the track, I think it was Meteor. This is actually one of the collaborations with, he's not much on this album, but he is featured a little bit, Ivan Doroshak from Men Without Hats. So you can find him involved more on the next album a little bit. But anyway, some interesting guests do appear on some of the albums. So, like I was saying earlier, though, this is actually my introduction to the band. And I don't know, this album might be why I don't really love them at first, but they're kind of a hard band to get into anyway. And I will say later on, when I talk about albums that I like a lot more than this one, some of them took me a long time to get into as well. So, I don't know what it is. The first Voivod song I ever heard was Insect off this album. Yeah. And it has some interesting kind of buzzing, droning riffs. But, like, the main riff of the song is kind of this, like, and it's like, it sounds like I'm listening to a Helmet record or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
There's some good stuff on this album, though. I didn't find it a bad listen. Some of the tracks don't really work, and I think that's actually, like, generally the thing with these maybe not quite as good Voivod albums. They have a few songs that maybe are less good, but they also have good tracks on them. I really like the song Nano Man. It's kind of funny, I don't know if it's just, like, the 90s-ishness of it, but, like, when that song starts, I'm kind of also reminded of Celestial Season's cover of Vienna. Like, it's kind of got that, like, boom, ba 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 boom, 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 ba ba, like, sort of, I don't know, slow, rhythmic build-up. There's some cool guitar riffs on this album, and I do like Eric Forrest's voice. I like that he can sound like Snake, but he also has this really aggressive, howling, screaming voice that it kind of sounds good to me. I also think, like, this is when I first heard of the band, and I remember reading an interview with them from around this time, and Snake was no longer in the band, and part of the reason for that was that he wanted to leave because the other guys wanted him to do more aggressive vocals. And at that time, 1994, even like you can kind of hear it on the Outer Limits and stuff, he wasn't really that into that. He didn't really want to scream and shout. He wanted to sing. And whether you think that's a good thing or not, I mean, Snake's vocals are pretty unique. And again, like, just going into the general biography of this band doesn't really come close to describing just how unique they are. And there are a number of things which could be considered obstacles to getting into Voivod. And I do think Snake's voice was one of those things. Like, I'll talk about this in a little while, but, like, even on the albums where he does sing, it's not exactly the most... His voice is not going to convince everybody, maybe. At least not right away.
It's a strange voice, for sure.
So I think they brought in Eric, and Eric was a very versatile vocalist. And I don't know, I like his delivery, but I will say I don't like the lyrics as much on these albums. I actually read through most of the Voivod lyrics in preparation to doing this episode, and the lyrics that Snake writes just have so much personality and charm to them and weird charisma That's just totally lacking on these. They're still, the lyrics are very dark and dystopian and but they're just lacking that Voivod quirkiness, I think. Some of the lyrics really do, on a lot of the other albums, they come across as stories almost. And it's they're stories, but they're also almost stream of conscious ramblings. And it just works really, really well. The Eric Forrest albums don't have that. And I feel like there's a certain Voivodness that's missing. But on the other hand, Piggy is here playing guitar, and he is their original alien, their original guitar player, and he's really good. And there is cool stuff on this album. I guess the thing that really strikes me about this album, listening to it, especially after Outer Limits, if you listen to them in order, or if you picture yourself picking this up a couple years after Outer Limits came out, just how fucking aggro this album is. Yeah. It's a really angry, aggressive album. And although, yes, it does kind of fit into that 90s time frame very snugly, the mid-90s, this is what heavy music sounds like now. All the thrash bands are doing it, pretty much. The major ones, anyway. Sepultura is about to release Roots, for fuck's sake. This thrash, the kind of thrash and even progressive sounds are taking a real turn, and, progressive is now rhythmically demanding and complicated, but with two chords kind of thing, right? Basically. So, I don't know. Voivod is kind of getting into that a bit, but there's weird sounds. There's a lot of darkness. There's, again, there's not everything here is stolidly mid-paced either. There's a couple of speedy numbers on here. Still sound kind of thrashy, and one of them has the fetus guy doing the vocals. So it's kind of and he kind of has this, kind of harsh, really harsh sound to his delivery, but it's not a metal scream. I don't know. I can kind of get behind this album, but it's the one I like least. But I'll probably listen to it again in a year or two, maybe, kind of thing. It's not terrible, I don't think. But yeah, it doesn't really sound like them. It's not quite pushing enough almost into the direction they want to push in, and I think they will do that later.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Yeah, this and again, it sounds pretty good, but it also does have that kind of really industrial, cold sound to it almost. The drums are very clicky, kind of, especially the bass drum. And yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. It's kind of funny that it's my first exposure to Voivod, because it is my least favorite, because
sometimes it works
every other album I heard is better than this one.
Right.
So, it's kind of funny the way that works out. I forgot to mention something that I thought was kind of fun, though, when we were talking about it earlier. So, as well as hearing, I think, stuff from this album and the Outer Limits on the radio programs that I mentioned. And yeah, the Outer Limits stuff was very different. Oh, so they used to be, okay, like that. Interesting. So I also came across their name in one of the original Doctor Who novels, in Time Worm Revelation by Paul Cornell. He just casually, out of the blue, name-dropped a Voivod poster.
Huh.
And I'd already knew they were a band from Quebec, and they were kind of a famous Canadian metal band, but I didn't really know too much about them. So I was just so kind of surprised to see Voivod's name in a Doctor Who book. So oh, wow, cool. These guys have a history. So, yeah, that book was published in 1991, so I guess Angel Rat was probably just about to come out or something like that. But anyway, I just thought that was interesting, again, to show where their name kind of comes up in unexpected places sometimes.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, you expect to see maybe Metallica or something like that, but just Voivod. Oh, it's because they're that weird, the sci-fi band, basically.
Yeah, definitely fits. I guess one thing about this album, before we move on to our next pick, this is the first album that they put out where I just really don't like the cover.
Oh.
It's very computer looking, and it has this giant metallic ant on it, maybe kind of like a Edisonade vehicle or something like that. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Their artwork on their earlier albums, and even in the fanzines that I took a look at for this episode, I think Away just submitted a whole bunch of sketches and doodles to them that they printed in the margins of the interviews and stuff. But they're really awesome. And some of these later albums, just he gets into computer art, and I don't know, it's just not my favorite. But the art is a attractive element to the band. And unfortunately, like the music, the artwork on this one, I'm just like not into.
Yeah, so Away does a lot of the art.
I think he does all of it, yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah, and he also animated their videos, recent videos.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. He actually is the drummer, but he has a pretty strong hand in the concepts and everything behind the band. And like I was saying, during this era, although they have a lot of guest spots, guest lyricists even, and so forth, he actually writes a lot of the lyrics. So, but yeah, any specific tracks from this album that you want to mention before we move on to the next one?
No, I didn't highlight anything aside from DNA being one that I didn't like. I don't know. I don't know. This is not my favorite.
Fair enough. Like I was saying, I really like the song Nanoman. Planet Hell is another really good one. Meteor is like fast and harsh. Definitely something a little new from them. It sounds a bit thrashy, but it's also like noisy, almost industrial. Like I don't know if it's just the Fetus guy adding a little bit of extra touch to it or something, but yeah, I don't know. Not too many highlights on this album, admittedly. It has its moments and it's kind of an interesting sound, but yeah, it's both of our least favorites. So what's next?
What's next for me is Infinity from
2009.
2009. Yeah, that's right. And their longtime guitar player, Piggy, had passed away in 2005. So the last album that he recorded with them in their entirety was the self-titled from 2003. And this one and the one before it, Couture's.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's supposed to be a play on the French word for 14.
Okay, right.
Which is
yeah,
Couture's,
right. Yeah,
but it's
Couture,
they spell it with a K because
sure.
they're quirky.
Okay.
But
yeah, my French is terrible, so
yeah.
apologies. But yeah, those two, I guess, are posthumously released with guitar pieces that he wrote with possibly other pieces being filled in by the rest of the band. And presumably this one has less Piggy on it than Couture's does. It's really across the board. There's, I don't know, it just doesn't feel cohesive as an album. It just kind of feels like a bunch of pieces randomly pasted together. There are a couple cool riffs in places that do throw back a little bit to the classic 80s era, at least in the riffing, though there's a lot of stuff here in their more commercial format that they were doing in this era with Snake back on board and Jason Newsted, or just Sonic, as he would call himself in Voivod, playing on these three records.
Yeah. Former Metallica bass player.
Right, yeah. They had kind of gone back to their sound on Outer Limits, but I think kind of push it in a more commercial direction. I don't know if you've ever heard that band Course of Empire. The third record that they did, Telepathic Last Words, isn't my favorite by theirs, but it kind of reminds me of these Voivod records in that it's like very like commercial, almost like mainstream industrially sounding. Like they had a song in that movie Dark City.
Okay, I didn't know that. I've heard Course of Empire, but it was a long time ago, and it's kind of one of those bands that I always kind of meant to dig back into because I think I would kind of like them more now.
Yeah.
I think back in the 90s when I first started getting into metal, I was like very against all that kind of like curvy. I don't know, like once I figured out that that's not what I wanted, I was just like, none of that. I don't want to hear any of that. Like, Stabbing Westward, Nine Inch Nails, it's all crap.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like some of that stuff now. I mean, not Stabbing Westward, but yeah, I'll listen to Nine Inch Nails sometimes, or I'll listen to Grin from Corner. I like that album.
Yeah, I do like that album quite a bit, actually.
Yeah. So and yeah, like Megatron, like it's not bad, but
yeah. But this one definitely feels like they were going for that hit on Fuse or whatever. Certainly much more so than what they were doing with Eric Forrest, which while it was a pretty sharp change in direction. Those records definitely do not feel like commercial at all, like they were trying for a radio hit. But there are definitely some moments on these records where that does feel like it's the case. And I don't know, I just really can't get into a lot of the stuff on this record in particular. Has some stuff that I wrote down as actively not liking. The songs Crap Radio, Death Proof, and Volcano. Ones I was not into. So yeah, I don't know. Kind of a disjointed record. Not really a lot here that grabbed me.
We're pretty close, actually. My next one, number 14, is number 14, 14, which means 14. It's not actually their 14th album because I guess they were counting some of their other releases, and I'm not sure exactly which ones, but they considered it their 14th release. So whatever that means, that's why they named the album that. Now, Piggy was dead at this point, and he played all the guitar on these two albums, I think. Now, so what they did is actually, he knew that he didn't have long left, and he recorded all this stuff at home and in the hospital on a laptop. And he just basically played guitar and recorded like several hours of just doing riffs on guitar and like basic blueprints for songs that he'd written. And the band played around that, and they used his tracks. At this time, Daniel Mongrain was not in the band. I think he was officially kind of let in around the time Infini was released, but he wasn't on the recording. So, essentially, this album and Infini are kind of a pair, and they aren't too dissimilar from the self-titled Voivod album that came out in 2002. So, unlike the Eric Forrest era, which is very cold and dark and harsh, these songs are kind of, it's sort of very stripped down, kind of commercial sounding, but in a way that I think works. I don't mind these albums. I think they all have some good songs on them. I kind of admire how back to basics it is. Like, I actually do think that it's less progressive than like Outer Limits or something, but it's more like, it's very down to earth, and kind of funny to say that because it's Voivod and all their stuff is like, about aliens and whatnot, but it's like, it feels honest, and I'm honestly glad these two albums exist. I think that they needed to get these out of their system, and I'm glad they did. But not only that, there's good stuff on them. This one is probably the least interesting of that era to me. The Getaway is a cool opener. I think all these albums have good openers, which I think is cool. Like, there's a lot of just rock and roll kind of spirit on a lot of these songs, which I really like. Mr. Clean is cool. What are some of the other highlights on that? Yeah, Odds and Frauds, funny song titles. There's a couple, like again, just like with the last one, there's a few things that just don't really, they're not very memorable, I guess. No Angel is a great song. I like that song a lot. But yeah, like there's stuff like The Extreme and Dog Nation. Yeah, I don't know. Not that great, I guess. And Snake is back in the band on, like, after the Eric Forrest era, he rejoined the band, and it's kind of weird to me. Like, I still really dig his lyrics, and I kind of feel like he is writing for a different kind of music than what this is. Like, it almost feels like he's writing with something like Nothing Face in his head, because what's coming out, it sounds really weird because the songs are very straightforward, and like they have really propulsive like riffs that just kind of make you want to bang your head and stuff, and they're good. And it's got a little bit of that Voivod weirdness, like the chords aren't always normal, and that's cool. But in general, it's very straightforward, and he's writing these like rambly stream of consciousness lyrics. Like, it almost doesn't really sound like there's verses or choruses almost, but there should be. And he's kind of, and then the other thing with his voice too is it is kind of monotonous. Like, if you really listen to what he's singing, a lot of the time it's just like one or two notes, and it works in a weird way, but it's kind of off-putting at first, I guess, if you're not really used to it. You don't really know what to expect. He sounds like he's glad to be doing this again, and I appreciate that. And it sounds like they're happy to be playing Piggy's last songs. But yeah, this one is a little bit plain, I guess, and like there's a certain energy to some of the songs, but I think that at certain times it just plods a little bit. And other thing with these albums, they're all pretty long. I think this one is close to like an hour or something like that. Yeah. So it's just, I mean, I get it. It's not the best, but I don't know. I still like it. I'll still listen to it. But yeah, of this era of the band, it's my least favorite.
Yeah, this was my next one. So this is my pick for number 13. Not really big into this one as well. I didn't really like the lead opener, The Getaway.
I like that one.
Yeah, I don't know. It felt like they're really going for the Fuse Uranium hit with that one. I don't know. Snake's vocals on these records, like, it does sound a little bit weird, but it almost sounds like he's singing for the wrong band. I don't know. It just doesn't kind of gel in the way that some of their other records do. And I think they're good at going for a more, not necessarily commercial sound, but less abrasive sound on some of the other records, where this one and Infinity just don't really work that well for me at all. So yeah, I don't have really too much to say about these two in general. I only listened to these once in preparation for doing this. I'm not sure if I'm going to revisit these anytime soon, but they're not terrible. It's just, I don't know. The band has done a lot better in their career, for sure.
Cool. My number 13 is Infinity. I like this one better than Cator's, personally. I think it's heavier. I think it's darker. I think that it has some really awesome riffs on it. It still suffers from a lot of the same kind of things, but I don't know. Some of it I just think it works a little better. Somehow it just seems like they're just a little bit more attuned on this album, and like they had a bit more time just to cook it. And again, there's not too many riffs in all of these songs, but some of them are just really good, and they really propel these songs. My favorite song on the album is definitely Morpheus. I think that's a great song. That has one hell of a riff to it, and it's a weird riff. Like it's kind of like a Voivod riff with that kind of darkness to it, that also a little bit of dissonance, and it just pushes the whole song. And I never get tired of it. It's really good. Other songs on the album have a bit of that rock and roll kind of spirit to them. Jason is still playing bass on this album, but he's also doing some interesting keyboard interludes between the tracks. Not much like the weird stuff on Phobos, which we'll get to later, which also has some like synth interlude parts.
Yeah.
But like they're kind of ambient and a little bit haunting and pretty short, and they kind of bridge the gaps between some of the songs. And I don't know, I think it works pretty well. Yeah, it's maybe got a few songs that are not all that memorable, but I'll listen to this again. I like it. I don't really see much wrong with this era of Voivod. I just think maybe it's too bad that Piggy didn't get a chance to like really, really go over those songs and like maybe cut one or two down per album, I guess. And like, or if you like, just get, maybe make one album that includes all the great songs from these two. But I guess what those might be could vary from person to person. So I don't know. Just listen to it and decide for yourself. But I like it. I could see myself listening to this album a little more because I didn't listen to it a lot in prep, before doing this episode. Like I listened to it a few times, but it wasn't certainly not something I played that much. But listening to it now, yeah, I dig it. I don't have too much bad to say about it other than the fact that it has maybe 2 or 3 songs that, yeah, like Treasure Chase, I don't really need to hear that. But the thing is, I dig the spirit of it. I dig the fact that it doesn't actually sound, even though it does seem like maybe you could use the word commercial to describe what they were going for. It doesn't really sound like what was commercial at that time. It sounds upbeat, rock and roll, kind of very like, hey, this is our band, and we're going to go play in your town, and you're going to have a good time. Like, it just has its kind of feeling to it. But then occasionally, you get reminded that it's Voivod, and there are these dark, sinister passages and mysterious sci-fi lyrics from Snake, who's still kind of rambling on in his snaky way. And it's kind of like, I don't know about this guy, right? But here's the thing. Seeing Voivod live really made me love Snake more. He is just such a cool frontman. He's got such personality, and I don't know, his vocals come across great in that setting. And I do think like the kind of stark bareness of these albums maybe doesn't do them a lot of favors. Like a lot of the time they will use a lot of effects and stuff in a really cool way, and they'll do things to his voice and make him sound like a robot or make him harmonize with himself. They don't do any of these things on these albums. And I think the reason for that is P's not there, and it's his riffs, and they just want to show you what that was like, and they want to remember him. And I think it's really respectable. I like these albums. So, yeah, I don't know. It's not the greatest, but it's still pretty cool, I think. What's your number 12?
All right. So my number 12 is the self-titled from 2003. So this is kind of the start of the era of the last two records that we've been talking about, where Snake rejoins the band after Eric Forrest left after getting in a pretty bad car accident.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really eerie because the way it happened apparently was quite similar to Cliff Burton's accident in Metallica in 1986, right. But he didn't die. He was quite severely injured, and it took him quite a while to recover. So
the band was kind of broken up briefly, and they came back with Snake in the band and did this record. And it is almost like the Eric Forrest era didn't exist. They went back to the sound that they were doing on Outer Limits, kind of, but I don't know, I guess in a more matured, more modern, in a sense, direction for what 2003 sounded like anyway. And I don't know, this record's not bad. I listened to this twice in preparation for this. It's not my favorite. It's that more kind of commercial, almost more rock and roll sound. Snake's vocals on this are kind of weird. Feels to me like the other two records where it almost feels like it's the wrong singer for the wrong band. He does, to me, sound pretty cool on Outer Limits and Angel Rat when they first started kind of going in a more commercially direction, but I don't know, his voice just doesn't gel with some of these riffs for me. There is some cool stuff on here, though. The Flying Cigars song in particular, I think, has a riff that almost sounds like a Nirvana riff that I thought was pretty funny. There's also some pretty cool electronic soundscapes after a bit of silence after the last track, which I thought was a neat little touch to throw in there at the very end.
Cool. Other tracks that maybe stand out from that one?
Yeah, I don't know. This one, I don't know. It's not bad. It's not really my favorite by theirs. I don't really have any tracks on this album that I'm really into, or it's just, I don't know. It's a decent listen that I'm not I hate this record or I can't wait till it's over. But yeah. It's one that just doesn't stick out to me where I'm I can really get into what's going on here.
Fair enough. More on that in a little bit.
Sure.
So I've been thinking about these rankings a little bit and how it works with bands that you like a lot, like that you're a fan of, versus bands that maybe you really, really like some of their albums more than almost anything else in the world. But there's some albums that you don't listen to very much. And, I was kind of thinking about Judas Priest. All right. So Judas Priest has one era that for me stands above all other eras of Judas Priest. And it's night and day almost. I can listen to some of those other albums, but they're never going to knock me on my knees like Stained Class will.
Right.
It just doesn't happen, right? And they're good sometimes, but then they also have some really bad ones. Voivod doesn't have any really bad ones, and, I just talked at length about Infinity and how I kind of like it. So when I put this album at number 12, and I have a feeling you'll put it much higher, but I guess we'll see. But when I put this album at number 12, I don't mean that I don't like it. I really like it. I think it's good. There's just 11 albums from this band that I like more. So my number 12 album is... So that album was released in 1986, and at this time they decided not to re-sign with Metal Blade Records. Actually, they had an option for a second album, and they just decided not to take it. And I guess the contract was loose enough that they could just get away with that, and they just decided not to.
Yeah, they had a lot of not nice things to say about Metal Blade Records and Brian after this record came out.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. He was actually on the Sea of Tranquility channel recently, and they ranked their whole discography, and he was really nice to all the albums, so I guess the grudge didn't last with him for whatever reason, so that's kind of cool. This was released on Noise Records, and I believe they actually got introduced to Noise by the members of Celtic Frost. They had actually not gone on a full tour together, but that would happen with this album. But I guess they did a show. I think it might have been in Montreal actually, and it was the first appearance of Destruction there as well.
The World War III Fest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was Voivod, Celtic Frost, Possessed, Destruction, and Nasty Savage.
Wow, yeah, nice.
Which is November 30th, 1985 in Montreal.
Okay, yeah. That may be actually how Noise Records got a hold of Voivod. And this is Voivod's thrash metal album. This is a really, really aggressive album. Fast. The drums sound like boulders smashing together. It's really heavy. Snake's most aggressive vocals are on this album for sure. He sounds awesome. He sounds so pissed. There's a lot of Motorhead on this, I think. Like, more so even the last one in a sense. I guess it comes across in some of the songs like Slaughter in the Grave. And it just, I don't know. It's got a lot of that like thrashiness, but also like heavy open chords that last for a while, kind of like in a more punk, almost punk style, rather than chugging or fast picking.
It's kind of interesting how these songs progress. This is the case with Voivod, Judas Priest, and Iron Maiden, where these songs were written around the same time as the songs from the first album back in the demo stage. And these are kind of like the leftovers of songs that didn't make it on the first album. You know, it's kind of the same case with the second Judas Priest album and the second Iron Maiden album as well. But in a sense that they're having that extra time to just kind of ferment and sit around, the band polishes them up in interesting ways that it does feel more of a progression from the first record rather than just kind of more primitive songs that they didn't put on the first record. It's interesting how that plays out sometimes, I think.
Yeah, it feels like a progression, but at the same time, I don't know. I mean, and again, I like this album a lot, but it is my number 12, and the first album is a lot higher. I'll tell you that. And I don't know. I do feel that as much as this one is impressive because it's like a lot heavier and it's a lot more mean, and holy shit, the vocals, like he just sounds on next level compared to the first album. Although I really like his voice on the first album. But here, it's just total aggression. And I love that. But it does feel almost like the album has less personality than the first one, to me. And that's not like to say it's not there. It has a lot of personality, but I guess there's just something about that first album. And then, you know, Killing Technology is the one that comes out after this. And it's like, again, next level. Like, they were progressing so fast around this time. From 1984 to 1988, it's just incredible, right? Yeah. To think how much they've been playing. And not only did they make those albums, but they were on tour for a lot of this time. They were writing the songs for the next albums while they were on tour. And the touring really started with this album. So, you know, and they started getting recognized. And it's 1986. It's the year thrash released its maximum peak of aggression, basically, was this year, 1986, right? So, I mean, it makes sense that Voivod would make this album at this time. And that's good. But at the same time, that's almost like the expected thing. And Voivod doesn't usually do the expected thing. So, I don't know. I mean, I like it a lot. But I just kind of feel like, yeah, I mean, there's so much good thrash released in 1986, and sure, Voivod would do an awesome album like this. But I don't think it's as good as the next one or the one before it, basically. That's my only problem with it.
Yeah, no, this album is definitely an awesome one, and it really got out there as much as the first one did. It was on Noise Records in Europe, but for the US, it was on Combat, and then Bonsai had the Canadian version, which is the case for a lot of those Noise Records bands. Yeah, the fact that they played live off this record a lot and leading up to it really got them out in front of a lot of people, and I think really flattened a lot of people with just how heavy it is.
Yeah, and this is totally the album to do those things. So this album has a song called Fuck Off and Die on it, which is awesome.
Yeah.
It's great. This song has Ripping Headaches, which they still play live often. Korgol the Exterminator, which opens up the album, and apparently I think you can see him on the album cover.
Yeah.
What so the thing is that's Korgol the Exterminator?
Yeah, the album cover is like this massive like tank creature thing, almost like a creature inside of an armored shell, an evil Dalek looking thing almost, where it's just kind of
Tank Man.
yeah, right, just storming through this infernal hellscape or whatever, and it has all these spikes on it, and of course the Voivod logo on the side, this cool skull with futuristic blades sticking out the side, and Tank is of course shooting off a fiery stream at, I guess, some post-apocalyptic enemy out there. So pretty much what
sludge.
The album's music is doing to the listener, basically.
Yeah, that's fitting. That's very fitting. Like, again, this is a very aggressive record. So, and I love it. Away's drumming is very different than it was on the first album. I'm not clear on this. Like, I saw somebody describe, I don't think that he was using 2 bass drums or a double bass pedal on War and Pain. I guess it's possible because it's not the clearest sounding album in the world, but it's not that bad. Just, it sounds like it was recorded in a garage. So this one is definitely differently recorded, and the drums are way more aggressive. So I also think sometimes this album is not necessarily the tightest. I don't know. It's weird because that doesn't come up for me on War and Pain. Like, I don't find that to be a problem, but here it just seems sometimes like, I don't know, the tempos fluctuate in weird ways, and I don't always necessarily know if that's what they were intending to do or what. So, I don't know. It's just like, it still has a lot of personality to it.
It definitely
one
does.
way or the other. And it is a really good album, but it is my number 12. So, there you go. Roar. I'm not going to do it again, but...
All right, so my number 11 is The Outer Limits from 1993. So in 1991, their last album, Angel Rat, they took a much more commercial direction, and The Outer Limits is a extension of that sound, more or less. It's not exactly the same record as Angel Rat. It does sound a little bit different in certain ways, but it has some really cool stuff on it, I think. Despite the fact that this is my number 11 pick, like you say, there are Voivod albums that I like more than this. There's a pretty good Pink Floyd cover on this of the Nile song. I believe they also have by far their most longest song on here, Jack Luminous, which runs for about 17 and a half minutes. Yeah, I've always liked this album. It's fun. It's on the lighter, more commercial side. And it also has, I guess, the most direct reference to science fiction fandom. In the cover looks like a comic book. And the title is, of course, The Outer Limits, which is a reference to the 1960s TV show that the band was pretty big fans of.
Which they do mention in an interview or two as well as being an influence. So I'm sure they were tickled to be able to name an album after The Outer Limits.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a 3D cover, so it came with 3D glasses, which is a little nice novelty touch.
Yeah, so this was their last, and it was their last release for MCA Records, I believe, during their brief 3-album stint with them, which is kind of, I guess you could still say that maybe it's their most successful period.
Yeah,
maybe?
It's kind of interesting. There was a brief point in time in the 1990s where those major labels were flirting with thrash and death metal bands, so some bands like Voivod got signed, and presumably they printed huge numbers of the records that were on MCA, at least in comparison to the stuff that was on Noise.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine so. And I think that they're doing very well nowadays, like in the nowadays musical climate.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very different than it was in 1993. So,
sure.
I mean, probably, we live in a time when even the release of physical media and the once easy distribution of said products is in question. So I don't know. It's different now, but yeah, it seems like that period from 1989 to 1993 is pretty much the apex of their, I guess, commercial success kind of period. It was during this time, that they were taking Soundgarden on tour and stuff like that. So, well, a couple years earlier, but yeah. Yeah, I have more to say about that one, but that won't come for a bit. My number 11 is the Voivod self-titled. I like this album. I think it's really strong. It's the last full Piggy album where he was not only playing guitar, but contributed to the overall everything about the album, I guess you could say. And I think it's interesting that he decided to go in this direction after Phobos. There's still some Phobos-like stuff on here a little bit, like that you can kind of feel it in some of the tracks, but it's not nearly as dark. It's not nearly as heavy. Again, it's that kind of rock and roll feeling to it, almost. And I like that. I think that it's... I see where you're feeling with the Outer Limits and Voivod being so close together. I mean, it makes sense. I do think, again, this is sort of more straightforward than that was.
It definitely is, yeah.
Yeah. I actually feel that they're really good at this, and I will say that I do think that I like Voivod most. I mean, I like all their stuff, but I think that I like them especially when they have a little bit of melody and like kind of catchiness to their music. I actually think they're interesting when they do that because they still don't really think about it the way other bands would. Like, their version of catchiness is different, and at first it's a little bit alienating, and then you realize you're doing that on purpose, and it's cool, and you start liking it for that reason. And I think that, again, this is representing that like real rock and roll, sort of stripped down, laid back version of Voivod, and I think it works best on this album out of the three of them. I think this one is pretty cohesive. I think that all the members have their cool moments. Some of the songs are pretty great. I Don't Want to Wake Up definitely stands out. I like that song. That's got this really cool kind of menacing clean guitar intro that just, I don't know, it sounds like something bad is sort of just looming on the horizon, and you're just kind of becoming aware of it. I don't know, I really like that. The multiverse is cool. Rebel Robot is a great song, and they even redid that one on their Morgoth Tales collection re-recording that came out this year, which we'll talk about more towards the end of the episode. Yeah, this, interestingly, is the one Voivod album that's it's not really available on streaming services right now. I don't really know why. This was actually a very successful album for them. This album, I guess, it was getting Snake back and everything, maybe, but this album is actually it was probably more successful than all the Eric Forrest stuff. Yeah, I mean, I guess getting Snake back was a big deal. Like, I enjoy both the Eric Forrest albums, but like one of them especially. That's not the one that I already talked about. But I also think it's cool that Snake's back because he is the voice of Voivod and he is the lyrical man. He just comes up with this cool stuff. His lyrics have, like, I don't know. I don't read lyrics that much. Like, unless I really, really like a band and I kind of start to think about what they're saying and I want to know more about it and stuff like that. It's not, or it's really crazy. Like, I remember, I really want to read, to know all about all of what Carnivore was talking about with their nasty stuff. And even something like War and Pain, like the first Voivod album, the lyrics are just so over the top and evil and pugnacious. But I think over time, Snake just developed this real personality to his lyric writing and to his, like, the way he conveys the stories and the way he sings it. That's evident from the beginning, really, of their career. And so having him back is just really cool. I don't know. Again, it starts with a really cool opener, Gas Mask Revival, I really like. I really like Facing Up. It's a really fun song. Blame Us. Real Again. It's cool. I don't know. I just think this is a really fun album. Not really too much more to say than that, I guess. Like, obviously they do have ones that I like more than this one too. But I will stand up for these albums, and this one in particular, I think is pretty good. So that's my number 11.
Cool. All right. My number 10 is Target Earth from 2013. So this is another shift in eras for the band. So the band had been broken up for a couple years after the death of Piggy and the posthumous release of Couture's and Finney. And in 2013, they come back with this record with a more or less new lineup and a sound that throws back to some of the earlier days before they started the more commercial bent to it. On the surface, it kind of felt like a throwback to the Dimension Hatros era for me, but listening to it again, these comeback era records almost have a hint of Phobos to them, more so in the way that the songs come together. Some of the riffing, like how the guitar playing and the vocals work together, um, almost feel more in line with that record than some of the more classic era stuff that might sound like at first on the surface. I didn't really listen to this record too much when it first came out. I think I heard a track or two and just kind of mentally filed it in my head. But revisiting this stuff in preparation for the podcast, this is a pretty cool record, though it doesn't 100% work for me. There are definitely a few parts on this record that feel a little clunky and don't come together in an ideal fashion, but overall the band is definitely back online here. Like, this to me is a lot better than the 3 records that they released when Jason Newsted was in the band. And while it's not like the best record that this lineup has done, I think you feel like they're starting to find their sound again, and what made Voivod uniquely Voivod, and that they're taking this strange science fiction approach, both in terms of the atmosphere, the riffs, the vocals, the whole mood of the thing. It just feels like a classic Voivod record again, like a proper follow up to Phobos or the Nothing Face era.
This is actually the only album this particular lineup recorded.
Yes.
This album actually has Blackie back on bass for the first time since Angel Rat. Or really, he was already out of the band by the time Angel Rat was released.
Right.
So this has him back in the band and Chewy on guitar, Daniel Mongrain. So this album is unique. I'm definitely going to talk about this soon. But what are the clunky parts, do you think?
I don't like really the second track, Kluskop Okorm. I didn't write down other specific songs in here, but just certain riffs, the way things flow together, some of the vocal lines don't 100% work for me. Again, I like most of the record. It's maybe just like 5 to 10% or whatever, where it feels a little bit off, like the band could and will polish them more on future records and just kind of smooth that stuff out. It just kind of feels like a band finding their balance again in places on this record. It comes together really well for most of it, but there just are parts that, to me, don't make it work as well as it theoretically could on the next 2.
Yeah, makes sense. What you say makes a lot of sense. So my number 10 is not that one, though. My number 10 is the follow-up to that one, The Wake. This album did really, really well for them. This album actually came out a whole 5 years after Target Earth, which is kind of seems like a long time. And I actually think that there were some reasons for that. And one of the reasons was that they were touring a lot. But another reason was that Blackie was once again not in the band.
Yeah.
They and he seem to have had a history of trouble a little bit getting along. So, he's kind of in and out of the band again, but I'm really glad that he did have a chance to Target Earth, and I'll talk about that. But The Wake is a really successful album for Voivod. They actually won a Juno Award, which is Canada's music award. And it was like, it's good that they're finally really noticing a band like Voivod, although I think they did win a previous one. I can't remember which album it was. Maybe Nothing Face? I don't remember exactly. Sorry, I'm not up on my mainstream music awards, but nevertheless, Voivod did really well with The Wake, and it was actually an album where a lot of people kind of started to notice them a little more for the first time, which is kind of interesting. I like it. I think it's really... Daniel Mongrain, this is the first time that I'm having one of his albums on my ranking, and I think his style was a little different from Piggy's, but you can tell why they chose him to replace Piggy. He's a really good guitar player, very influenced by Piggy. I think he talked about how Killing Technology was like the first cassette he ever purchased or something like that, and he was like going to the early shows in Dimension Hatros days and stuff like that, and he used to play in a band called Martyr, which I don't know if they're still together or not. They haven't released anything for many years, but you could tell that band was very Voivod influence, and he also played guitar for Gorguts in a live setting, at least for a short period of time. So they're a pretty well-known Quebecois death metal band as well. So Mongrain's been around, and he knows his stuff. He knows Piggy's style, but he also adds something a little different. And I think this kind of is part of what makes the Mongrain album stand out. I do think he's a little more clinical in his guitar playing. Like, he's a little more schooled sounding, almost. Like, Piggy almost sounds like it's sui generis. Like, he just kind of spontaneously is what he is.
Yeah.
Chewy sounds a little bit more studied. Like, he sounds like he's kind of disciplined and practiced the guitar and practiced playing weird chords and practiced very, very precise picking techniques. And it's different from Piggy, I think. But I really like it. I like that approach to Voivod. I think that it's cool that they got a guy like that in the band to replace Piggy. It reminds me of, like, that early 90s death metal scene, like Cynic and Atheist and maybe even a few other Quebecois bands like Oblivion. I'll mention them in a little bit, but I don't know. I think that the addition of this kind of really precise guitar playing is an interesting one to Voivod. So, but this was his second album with them, and there's a lot of guests on this album. There's a string quartet. There's a couple of extra, like, percussionists. A couple of really long songs. The last song is, like, over 12 minutes long, and I don't know. It's really good. I like that they used the strings. Like, it was a cool idea, but I don't know. It's maybe a bit long, that song. Obsolete Beings is really cool, but it kind of, like, goes into this mellow part halfway through, and it's like, it almost sounds like a different song, but I don't know. It works. They work together pretty well, I would say. I did mention earlier that inevitably how we feel about some of these albums does impact where we rate them, like how we felt when we listened to them for the most number of times, for example. And this album came out in 2018. 2019, 2020 were not good. I didn't like them. I don't know. This album, to me, like, it probably is better than I make it sound. I guess I just, like, have a little bit of a negative association with the time and place of this album coming out. Yeah. And I just, for some reason, I don't know if that makes me feel a little bit less happy about it now. Because the album they came out with after this, I like a lot. And I like this one a lot too. But, I don't know, not as much, maybe. And it's really good, though. Yeah, I already mentioned Obsolete Beings. There's also iConspiracy, which has a bit of a silly title, but is just like a really awesome song, and it has just such a jaw-dropping synergy between the band members, and the guitar riffs are awesome. Snake sounds great. Like, Snake is such a weird individual vocalist, and it's just so... I mean, I can totally imagine why some people have a hard time getting into this, and getting into him, especially. I think I've just gone to like it over time because, like, especially now, where I am in life and where I feel about things, and listening to music and stuff like that, it's more than ever, you know what? I accept you for your eccentricities in making music, and that's part of why I listen to it, and that's part of why I like it. And Snake sounding kind of a little bit monotonous and, like, not singing too many notes when he sings a melody and being a little bit, like, his accent being a little weird. It's part of the Voivod thing. And when you like it, it just sounds great. But then there's moments like in iConspiracy and I don't know, sometimes when you see him live and you just realize what a great vocalist he actually is and what he can do. And where it transcends that, like, oh, it's the weird Voivod thing, and becomes like, holy shit, that's an awesome vocal harmony, or that's an awesome, he hit this, like, weird falsetto that made it sound really great. And there's a lot of that on this album. And so, I don't know, this is a really good album. Always Moving is another great one. It's, I guess, my least favorite of the Mongrain ones, but that's not saying much. It's awesome. Of The Wake deserved all the attention, and Voivod deserved all the hype they got for that album, because it is really good. And by placing it at number 10, I'm not saying that it's a bad album.
Right.
So there you go.
All right. I just want to take a quick break and we'll cover the next block.
Yeah, sure. Okay, cool.
So my next pick is Angel Rat from 1991. And this is a time of a lot of big changes for the band. So not only are they having issues with Blackie, their bass player, Way starts using a computer to design the album artwork. So instead of the weird dystopian sci-fi album covers, we have this kind of odd pirate collage thing with, I don't know, an old-timey Voivod logo looking thing. And we also have the shift to a much more commercial sounding music off of the heels of what was really their most progressive and complex album to date preceding this one. So a lot of things happening for the band. This was a time when a lot of the big thrash metal bands in general were trying different things, moving to a more commercial sound. Metallica had released the Black Album, Testament did The Ritual, Anthrax, The Sound of White Noise, all pursuing different directions. Some of those records were better than others. The Sound of White Noise came out a little bit later, which is their, I guess, attempt at doing like a more Alice in Chains type sound.
Yeah. That and Stomp 442, for sure,
Yeah. But I don't know, for those kind of more commercially records, this is, I think, at the top end of the pile. I really like that Testament record a lot. I listened to the Black Album kind of recently to give it a fair shake, and it's just like the songs go on way too long. And
yeah, I don't like
it. It's just, I don't know.
I don't really like it.
Yeah. But I do like this album, even though it's probably, I guess, in the lower middle part of the Voivod ranking. There's a lot of really good stuff on here that works. And it feels, even though it is way more commercial than some of the earlier stuff, it feels a lot more off kilter and weird than the stuff that they were doing on the Jasonic era later on. A lot of songs on here that I really like. Panorama is an awesome opener track. And I like the closer, None of the Above, quite a bit too. But there's like a lot of really cool guitar playing on here that just feels strange and very Voivod for one of these more, I guess, commercial sounding early 90s records that really set it out from its contemporaries. In, I guess, a similar fashion that their classic albums set themselves out from their contemporaries. But this one feels, I guess, just, I don't know. There's not like a lot of science fiction stuff on this in the same way that there were on previous records. So in a way, it feels like the band is going in a much different direction. Although there are some, I don't know, I guess references to some science fiction stuff. It feels just different than their earlier records do in that regard.
Yeah, I think this is the first one that's not about the Voivod character.
Yeah, right.
So I personally think that there's a still pretty sci-fi inspired album, but it is different. You're right about that. It's definitely going for a much more personal and intimate approach. It feels, it feels paradoxically more down to earth, but not really, because a lot of the songs are actually about cool sci-fi concepts. But there's some more kind of abstract lyrics as well, and I think that the lyric approach to Angel Rat's really interesting. I'll talk about that more in a bit, but I think that, you're not wrong. It is a very different album, and it's a lot different than even the one that came just before it. Like, it's definitely not progressive in the same way that Nothing Face was, which was the album that precedes Angel Rat. And you could tell that they were feeling the changes in music at the time, because I think it was in 1989 that they did do that tour with Soundgarden and Faith No More. And those bands were not huge at that time. Like, I guess Soundgarden had already done a few things. They'd released Ultra Mega OK by then. And Faith No More had The Real Thing, I guess. So, when did The Real Thing come out? 88 or 89?
I think it was 89, yeah.
So, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty big album, I guess. And
it was, yeah.
I don't know. Even the band commented that, like, when they went on tour, Voivod was the headliners. But, like, by the end of the tour, those other bands had already blown up more than they had.
Yeah, I think it would take Soundgarden a couple more years to get the big MTV hit. But Faith No More, definitely Epic, was all over MTV at the time. I think more so than Voivod's lead single off of Nothing Face, which was the Pink Floyd cover.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, we'll come back to Angel Ride in a bit if you don't have anything else to add.
No, that's pretty much what I had written down, I believe.
Okay.
This is a cool album. I come back to this every couple years. It's a good one.
Cool. So my next one is Target Earth. That's my number 9. This is an awesome album. I remember when this came out, there was a lot of feeling in me about how I was excited about this album because over the previous, 10 years, very slowly, ever since seeing Voivod play that show with Motorhead, I've been getting more and more into Voivod. There were still albums that I didn't maybe listen to as much, but I was aware of most of what they had up till then, and I was like, yeah, I'm digging it a lot more now, and I'm starting to kind of understand it, but I feel like, and even in 2023, I feel, as I keep listening, I still kind of feel like it's different every time almost. Like it's one of those things where just depending on where you are and how you feel about certain albums, it'll feel different sometimes. It's not the same experience as when you started almost, even though it's the same music. So, I mean, that sounds a little bit silly, but it really does apply to some bands, I think, when you feel them in a certain way. And it's like this order of albums that I'm giving right now, this is just the way I feel right now. This wasn't the way I felt 5 months ago or even 5 years ago or like probably next month. I might even have to say I feel different, but this is the way I feel right now. Target Earth is an album where the band really got their shit together after Piggy's death and they said, yeah, we want to make more music. We're going to get somebody else to play guitar. Blackie comes back on bass, and the bass is really strong and loud. So, I mean, during the Newsted era, they did joke that they joked with him, and they said, hey, you're in Voivod now, you have to turn your bass up loud, right? Like it's not like in at least the beginning of Metallica, his time in Metallica, where you couldn't hear any of Newsted's bass. I mean, that eventually changed, but...
Yeah, they muted him on And Justice for All.
Yeah. But I think that just the fact that the music was a bit more stripped bare and like kind of there wasn't as much room for really upfront adventurous bass work. So even though the bass was pretty loud, it just sort of mixed in with everything pretty tightly. But here, you can really hear Blackie doing really cool stuff on the bass all over. And the bass sound is loud and clear and really good. This album was produced by Pierre Rémillard, who is known as a producer in Quebec, but also the guitarist and singer for the band Oblivion, the band that did Whimsical Uproar, From This Day Forward, that cool stuff. That band was obviously very influenced by Voivod, so I'm sure he was very happy about doing this album. This is the only album that I think he did with them, but it sounds really good. It's very different sounding from the previous several albums, which was that Newsted era. It's got a lot of that late 80s, early 90s, like, especially, maybe not so much early 90s, but more like, Nothing Face, Dimension Hatros kind of sound to it, but also something different. Like, there's more melody in the vocals, there's more, again, Chewy is here now, so he's bringing in the band this really choppy, tight, chuggy guitar approach and playing a lot of those weird piggy chords which sound like, they have an extra note in the guitar chord that makes it sound like jangly and alien and weird. And I don't know, there's a good amount of variety on it. I really like Empathy for the Enemy. I like the acoustic intro. I believe there's actually a oud player playing a bit of that intro, and then it turns into acoustic guitar, and it's like this really psychedelic verse section that's followed by heavy chorus parts. Cluster No Calm or whatever it's called that you mentioned earlier. I think that's good. I like that. It's got a cool, almost prog Motorhead kind of like weird feeling to it. And L'Étranger is their first song in French. And it's pretty awesome. It's got a great riff to it. It's a pretty short song, but it's like aggressive and heavy, and it sounds kind of like I don't know. It's almost more like in the killing technology vein in terms of just how aggressive it is, but it's also like modern. Like it sounds, like something from Voivod in the post Phobos era, but it's also like, yeah, it's got this persistent, pushy speed and aggression to it that has a kind of a thrash sort of feel to it. Mechanical Mind is really heavy and it's got a lot of different parts to it, and it almost sounds like, yeah, it's kind of come around to receiving some of the influence from that like 90s death metal, like more technical, almost jazzy death metal stuff, like just a little bit. Maybe that's because of Chewie's playing, but it's maybe just the band taking in some of those influences. Artifact is this really oddly upbeat song about how the reason the aliens won't talk to us is because we're idiots. it's just a fun variety to this album, and Snake sounds really energized. He sounds like he's so happy to be working with these guys now, and like it's been a long time since Piggy died, and yeah, like the fact that we didn't mention this, but like the last song on the Voivod self-titled album is called We Carry On, and that's what it's about. That's what they do, and that's what they're doing now. And just knowing how much they played after Target Earth came out, like how much they did live shows, and they were just wanting to get out there and spread the Voivod feeling. And you'd hear interviews from Snake and Away, and Snake just seemed so happy to be doing this. And this is why we love this stuff, and this is why they love what they're doing. And Target Earth is an excellent album, and it just felt so good to have Voivod back, and not only back, but doing this. It's great. Love the album. It's my number 9.
Cool. My next one is the next one after this, which we've already mentioned, The Wake. I like this one a lot. I think this ties up some of the issues that I had with Target Earth, and for me, makes it a stronger album overall. There are a lot of parts on this which do harken back to like Phobos type riffing, and I kind of wonder what it would sound like if Piggy had carried on those kind of riffs after Phobos instead of going back to the more rock and roll like commercial sound. But the guitar player Chewie on these records, he really likes and has listened to Piggy's playing quite a bit, and I think he's really, really good at picking up where Piggy left off on Phobos and that approach to guitar playing. Don't really have too much to add on top of what you've already said about this album. I like it a lot. It's really strong all the way through, and to me represents a more cohesive whole than Target Earth. I think during this era, the band just continues to get better.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I like the fact that we still have those two albums pretty close together, and that makes perfect sense. Like that's kind of how it should be. They sound pretty similar, and the fact that I might prefer Target Earth doesn't really reflect poorly on The Wake for me. I think it's a really good album. I feel a little bit more reserved to it now when I've listened to all the Mongrain albums more. Like I don't know. They're all three definitely special though.
Yeah.
So I have nothing bad to say about that.
So what do you got for the next one?
All right. So I guess that means I have to talk about my number 8 then. My number 8, and this hurt me a lot. I wanted to place this higher, and I did until the last possible moment. And now I'm even thinking, do I want to go back to the way I originally had it? But I don't think I can. I think I'm going to stick to what I decided today, as opposed to what I decided 10 seconds ago, and not change it. So my number 8 is Phobos. I love this album. And the fact that there's better albums is just, that's how good Voivod is.
Yeah.
Phobos is the second album with Eric Force on bass and vocals. This is so much better than Negatron.
It is.
It's not even funny. This is the darkest, most terrifying psychedelic Voivod album. This is so underrated that it's not even funny. It's just utterly massive sounding. The way that the guitar sounds is incredible. The drums have this, like, it's the polar opposite of the way they sound on Negatron somehow. Even though this album is similar in some ways, it just sounds so much more real and so much more alive. The drums just sound great. This album was recorded in Toronto, and this album was released on Universal Music in Canada. This is the first album that I heard from Voivod that made me go, whoa, this band. This came out after Negatron, and before 1997, I had not a great interest in Voivod. Like I said, I taped those Negatron songs. I liked them, kind of. I was kind of remembering them and thought, hey, they seem to have been around for a while. Maybe I should check out some of their older albums. But I never did. Now, this came out. The Friday Night Metal program that I mentioned earlier played, I think, 4 songs from the album back to back, just to highlight the album. And I recorded those songs. And I was always like, wow, those are really interesting, and I should get the album. And I did. And man, this album is really special to me because, yeah, this is the album that made me really like Voivod. Even though after this, some of the earlier albums I didn't get into right away. It was like smoother sailing from here on. This album, it has a lot of guests as well. It has Ivan, what's his name, from Men Without Hats doing all those like synth interludes, which are actually awesome. Really awesome. Yeah. They're like these really cool, kind of reminds me of what we do on Chrononauts now, with these like, but he's using this, I don't know what it is, it's just kind of basic, like the same sounds, but it's like really cool, you know, just sort of burbly, like synth noise and ambience, but it's not like, I can't even describe it. It sounds, I don't know, very 70s almost.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, what kind of synthesizer do you think that is?
I'm not sure. I don't really know the gear that well. I know a bunch of synth people that are big gear nerds, but I've always worked with software, so it's kind of hard for me to identify those kind of sounds.
Yeah. So this album has such a dark and heavy feeling to it. A lot of it is quite slow. There's not too much speed on this album, so it's definitely not thrashy, and it's not like so many of the really strange Voivod chords are on this album, but at the same time, the way that the notes come together and the way that they're like, the psychedelic quality of the album is really hard to explain. Like, it has this kind of remorseless pounding quality to it, but at the same time, there's like weird leads and breakdowns that have like faint kind of sounds in the background that you can almost hear subliminally, and the really heavy guitars and the groove of it and the eeriness of it, like there's some really eerie sounding parts to this album. Bacteria is one of my favorite Voivod songs ever. It's such a good song. It's so heavy and dark. It's scary when you listen to it. It really gives you the feeling that something terrible is creeping up just behind you, but it's not like a monster that you can see. It's more like something invisible and something that's working its way into you, like an infection or something like that. And the feeling is definitely there. Now, again, the lyrics, it doesn't have that Snake charisma and charm to it, but it's not very important in this album. There's not many lyrics to the songs. It's a much more bare approach in terms of vocals, and I think it works on this. Like, I don't think Snake would have worked on this album.
Right.
I just don't think that it's his style. He would have been like wanting to say more and make a story out of it, and this is more like the atmosphere and the feeling. It's more like your imagination creates the story, and that's what's so horrifying about it. Like, this is a horror album.
The lyrics are definitely like 2 or 3 words per line, like almost like Discharge type lyrics.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, but with a sci-fi bent.
Yeah. And there's some other guests on this. Karen Crisis does some vocals.
Crisis.
Her band Crisis was actually being pretty pushed at the time by like Metal Blade and stuff. And
yeah, for a period of like 2 or 3 years. I don't think anybody talks about Crisis anymore, but they were huge for a point in time.
Yeah, but they weren't too bad. They're kind of cool. I mean, I get it.
They're very late 90s for sure.
There was one album that one album was pretty cool. Death Set Extermination or something. I don't know. I like it. I don't. It's kind of one of those things that I forgot about and kind of came back to a little bit more recently thanks to the internet. And I'm just like, I could just go listen to it.
Right.
Which I never would have done otherwise, right? But then I'm like, yeah, why not? And I don't know. Yeah, I dig it. Like, they could have gone further, and I think, I don't know, whatever reason they didn't. Like, their third album wasn't very good, and who knows. But she had a cool voice. She was very versatile. So
she can sing for sure.
Yeah. They ended this album with a cover of 21st Century Schizoid Man from King Crimson, which they did very faithfully, very, very tight. It is very faithful, but there's no horns, and it's not quite as weird sounding as the King Crimson original, but yeah, they do a really good job of it. So the first 11 tracks kind of seem to tell this story that starts and ends with the 2 catalepsy instrumentals, and then there's another instrumental called The Top More, and it's like got more of an orchestral kind of weird symphonic feeling to it almost, but it's very minimal. Like, it only goes on for about a minute or so. They've never really done anything else like that, and I think again, like, they were kind of using a lot of guest people around this time. Jason Newsted shows up after the second catalepsy, where they do Embody and 21st Century Schizoid Man. So it's almost like those two were the additives to the album. The real album is the Phobos story, which starts and ends with catalepsy. And then they do this Embody thing with Jason Newsted. And it's fine. It's probably one of the least effective songs on the album, but whatever. It's okay. And then they do the cover. Bacteria is awesome. Phobos, the title track, is amazing. The Tower is great. Quantum, Neutrino. A lot of this album really stands out. I can't get over how underappreciated this album is. It's the darkest, for sure, I think. It's the scariest and darkest Voivod album. Yeah. So heavy and crushing. If you want to listen to a single song from this album, make it Bacteria. You know, the funny thing, like, I'm telling this friend of mine about Voivod and how much I like them, and it's kind of funny to me because it seems like Voivod would be a band that he would like, but I think he won't listen to them because they're considered progressive metal, and he thinks progressive metal is all Dream Theater or something like that, and right. It sounds like that. And he's like, I'm telling him, and he's going, yeah, I don't really like progressive metal. And I know what he's thinking. I know exactly what he's thinking, and I'm trying to tell him because he's kind of like a 90s guy, too, when he started out with this, and he has, like, certain affinity for some of this stuff that I kind of lost a little bit, if I ever had it, and I maybe came back to some of it, but, like, I still don't really like... I'll probably never listen to Korn, for example.
Right.
Whereas, yeah, like, there are some people that do have a fondness for that kind of stuff, and they still listen to cool music, but they just remember what it was like getting into that stuff and how good it felt, right? And I get that. But anyway, I'm trying to say, dude, listen to Bacteria. Just listen to this. It's not what you think. It's the best expression of that. This whole album really is the best expression of that, like, weird mid to late 90s cold dark mystique, but done the Voivod way.
Yeah.
And it's a really good album. So yeah, that's great. My number 8.
Definitely great. Awesome. Yeah. So my next pick is their most recent one, Synchro Anarchy from 2022. And this record is great. I listened to this, I think, 5 times in preparation for this episode. Certainly more so than any of the other records out of their discography. The band is really on fire and has come back more than ever with this recent string of records. And the fact that each one, to me, gets better and better makes me excited for the future. It makes me excited for what they're going to do next in a way that I haven't felt about the band in a really long time. And it's the first one that's grabbed me by them since Phobos, really. And it's cool to feel this way about the band again. And it is very similar in sound to The Wake and Target Earth. I think if you've heard those albums, there's not too much on here sonically that's going to surprise you. There's a lot of callbacks to the Dimension Hatros and Phobos era in terms of the riffing, but Snake's vocals are a lot more melodic than Eric Forrest's were on Phobos, so the songs might not be as heavy and dark and like dystopian sounding, but yeah, this album's great. I like every song on here. It's, to me, a big improvement over The Wake, which was pretty good to begin with. And definitely looking forward to what they have coming up in the future. And I would definitely like to see them when they come around, as I haven't seen the band yet, and would certainly like to at some point in time.
You've never seen Voivod live?
No, I haven't, no.
Oh, this didn't come up before.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will be impressed. I guarantee they, ever since 2015 or 16, whenever Rocky joined the band on bass, they've just been on fire live machine. Really, really something. I don't know a single person who's been disappointed in any of their live performances that they've seen in the last several years. So, and they always play a really good mix of songs from their entire discography as well.
Yeah, and it's nice to have an album like this to tour off of that's really strong to begin with and not just having to rely on the classic material.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot I really like about this album. The cover is super cool. It goes back to a Away's simple line drawing style. Really creepy and weird in a way that works well. The covers of Target Earth and The Wake I wasn't that really into, but this one fits.
Cool. More on that one shortly, I guess.
Yeah, I was debating on whether or not to place this one higher, but I think this is a good spot for me right now.
Yeah.
Again, that might change in 5 years. I've listened to this one a fair amount, certainly listened to this one way more than anything that has come out after Phobos. I think before prepping for this episode, I had listened to this like 3 or 4 times, so I'm probably up to 10 listens or so at this point. And yeah, it's definitely going to be one that I revisit a fair amount in the future.
Makes sense. Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely have more to say about that, for sure. So, my number 7 album is one that you already mentioned, Angel Rat, from 1991. I like this one a hell of a lot. This album really, really feels different. It feels very accessible, but at the same time not, because even though it has what I think are some of their catchiest songs on it, it's also stripped down to a point where, there's a lot more steadiness to the riffing and to the rhythms in the album, and it's, really more just rock. It doesn't have a lot of aggression to it. It doesn't have a lot of even complexity in some ways, but I think there's more complexity beyond the, not in the nothing face complexity where it's a lot of tempo changes and weird timing and this and that. That stuff seems kind of straightforward on Angel Rat, but the feeling of it and the way the guitars are layered and the approach of it feels very open and feels very otherworldly, and it feels almost like this is a kind of exercise for the band, and I don't mean exercise in terms of an exercise, but actually an attempt to exorcise something. And what they were attempting to exercise, I'm not quite sure, but it almost feels like the polar opposite of Nothing Face, which is the album that comes out before this one. It feels like they wanted to make a simpler album, but at the same time, they wanted to make an album where their, I guess, psychedelic mindsets would kind of take hold. And at the same time, they would approach their kind of science fiction-esque concepts in a more contemporary way and say things like, what's happening to the Earth now? And the lyrics to this album are really interesting. Again, they're not so much focused on extraterrestrials, but at the same time, they are focused on things like what's happening to the world right now, what's happening to the environment, to the ecology. What would an artificial intelligence that's starting to become self-aware, what would it think like if it had to do very mundane tasks all the time? How would it feel? And this album has such direct and catchy and almost hypnotic feelings to it that to me are just undeniable. Gollum, what an amazing song. What a tragic tale almost. And again, it's like, this is a song where he mentions the 3 laws of robotics. And, I mean, science fiction fans might know what those are already. And they've been made famous, rightly or wrongly. Number 1, a robot may not harm a human being, or through an action allow a human being to come to harm. Number 2, a robot must obey the orders of a human being. And number 3, what is it?
A robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law.
Right, okay. So he talks about that, and he says, I know the 3 laws of my type. I know the assembly line. And he started to dream of kites. Why is that? And it's like, okay, maybe on one level you could say, yeah, maybe it's a bit like corny sounding or something, but he makes it work, and Voivod makes it work. And it's just going along with this kind of almost really simple, like droning riff and Snake singing and the rhythm of it. It is the catchiest thing ever. The song Angel Rat is kind of like a softer song for the most part, and Snake is kind of just singing along, and yeah, it sounds a bit like Nirvana. It does, but in a cool way, in a way that I personally think is very inviting, and there's a lot more on this album. Like, the closing track is called None of the Above, and that's one of my favorite Voivod songs, and it has my favorite instrumental break on the album. While this is not a very prog album, I think, this is almost their college rock album. Like, this is like, but None of the Above had this really cool instrumental break to it. And, you know, I was reading King Fowley writing a lot about Voivod because they're like his favorite band, and he likes to talk about them. And I guess he was hanging out with Piggy around this time. I think it was when the Outer Limits came out or something. I guess they must have done a bunch of shows with Deceased, and they ended up writing together. And Piggy was talking about how he played some stuff from that song, like, with his feet. I know that sounds weird, but that's the thing. There's actually a guitarist, I think his name is Ron Thal or something, and he's called Bumblefoot. And he has a gimmick where he plays the guitar with his feet. And I guess Piggy was doing some feet maneuvering, some I don't know if he used some plastic things on its. I don't know. I'm trying to picture how that works, but apparently some guitarists do this. So Piggy was able to play this. Anyway, this instrumental section in None of the Above, it just sounds so groovy and psychedelic and like otherworldly, but not in the way that even sounds. Like, it doesn't sound like a Pink Floyd break in the middle of a song or something like that. It's so Voivod, and I can't even describe that. You just have to hear that for yourself. But the instrumental break in that song is beautiful, and it's so great. And Clouds in My House is great. That's like this, it's got this kind of rolling groove to it. And here's the thing, Blackie apparently didn't like this album very much. He had a name for this album, Angel Fart. He really didn't like this.
A lot of people didn't.
No, and the weird thing is, even though he didn't like this, his bass is really important to this album. A lot of the time, the real melody anchoring everything, like Snake is singing and he's providing the role of a singer, but he's still Snake. Like, he's still a bit weird sometimes. Like, you're not sure where he's going with his vocal melodies and stuff, and it sounds like it really fits well, especially on this album. But the bass is really providing the anchor and melody for all those riffs. Where Piggy, a lot of the time, he's just playing like weird high-pitched kind of almost like post-punk sounding. I don't know. I guess they're still riffs, but like it's different. It's not it's not metal riffs and it's not normal rock riffs. It's really playing a lot with the high end of the fretboard and almost like being a rhythm instrument at the same time, and not so much like leading the band. And Blackie's bass almost seems to be taking that lead role. And without Blackie's bass on this album wouldn't work. So I think it's really sad that he didn't like this one very much. I don't really know why. I don't know. Maybe he wanted them to be more aggressive. I don't know. Because this isn't a very aggressive album. This is a very introspective kind of, again, like the lyrics feel... Okay, so there's a song called Best Regards, which is a really, really good song. And the words to that song are like somebody writing a letter. And it's almost like he's writing to a corporation or something like that. And he's like kind of explaining, yeah, well, the world is really fucked and we want to do something about it. And I'm trying to be on my best behavior, but I'm kind of losing my mind here. So what do you expect me to do? And he's like kind of confronting them. And in the end, he signs it. You know, he's like, hey, what do you think, good world? And he's like, he's talking to the whole world. And he's addressing you, the audience, not just some faceless mega corporation. He's addressing the person listening right now. It just works. Freedom, again, is kind of a softer song. The clean guitar sound on this album is really interesting. It's like very shiny and bright sounding, but at the same time, it's like not very elaborated. Like there's not many layers to what's going on. And this album was produced by Terry Brown at Metalworks Studio, which is it's the studio owned by, well, I'm not sure if it's still owned by them, but I believe it was built by Rick Emmett, formerly of the band Triumph, and recorded in Mississauga, Ontario, about half an hour away from me. So anyway, it's really a good album. And again, the fact that it's like their college rock album is a cool thing. It's cool to hear Voivod doing this. There's a lot of, I don't know, Piggy's really starting to come into his own as a very textured and atmospheric player. And I personally agree with what you said. It's really sad that he wasn't able to continue doing his thing. I mean, I'm sure after Infini or whatever, he would have gone on to something else, and who knows what he would have given us, right? Like maybe Target Earth is a hint of that, but we'll never know, right? And with Angel Rat, I think he's really starting to explore a lot of atmosphere-oriented textures and really beautiful, not even like normal lead guitar touches, but like ambient, almost like ambient guitar. And the bass and the drums and the vocals he allows to really push and run the show, whereas his guitar is like dancing over it. And it's gorgeous. I don't know. There's something about this album that just works for me. And Snake is really also trying to focus and channel just being like good 90s rock singer. And I don't know. It works really well on this album. So I like Angel Rat a lot, and it's my number 7.
All right. Number 6 for me is Dimension Hatros, which I'd imagine most people would put a lot higher.
I do, but it's one of the things that I'm kind of mad about. I feel like I should, but yeah, I have to, but go ahead.
Yeah, so this is probably the record that most people think of when they think of Voivod, and if somebody were to have never heard this band, this is probably the record that I would recommend that they check out first, even though it's not my favorite of theirs. It's still really, really good, and it is kind of where the, I guess, signature sound of Voivod really kind of takes hold. In this one, they move in a much cleaner direction away from some of the more abrasive sounds on the first 3 records that were more of like in a thrash metal form, and incorporate a lot more progressive influences into their music. There's cleaner singing on here, and the lyrics, I think, are much more measured and thoughtful, and bring in a lot of really cool science fiction concepts in a lot of the songs, and I think a more articulate and intelligent way than the previous record does. With that said, I think there are some parts that are a little clunky in places. Some of the riffs and vocals come together a little awkwardly. I really, really do not like the Batman theme song cover that they tacked on to the end of the CD version. I don't believe it was present on the original LP.
I don't think it was.
Yeah.
I don't
like
know
it.
why they... Yeah, I mean, it's a really strange choice for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but otherwise, cool album, awesome science fiction album cover, and the science fiction themes are much more across the board here. Go beyond just the post-apocalyptic wasteland of the first two albums, and I don't know, they're a bit more thoughtful. So that's my number 6. It might be a rather controversial pick to put at number 6, as a lot of people really do like this record, and for good reason.
Hey, well, I put Roar at number 12, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously much higher for you. That's fine. That's the way this works sometimes.
Yeah.
That era is the one that I yelled at myself the most about, and I'm still not sure, to be honest, but I want to. I have to do what I have to do, so I don't know. Yeah. My number 6 is The Outer Limits. This is a really cool album, I think, and the funny thing about this for me is this is the album that I think rose most in my Voivod estimation. I think it was already well on the way up before we kind of thought about doing this episode. Like, it had been a few years that it was kind of creeping up there, but for a long time, I didn't really like this too much. Like, I would have actually put it closer to the bottom. I think one of the main reasons that I thought that way is kind of a picky reason that I now kind of feel annoyed at myself for thinking, but they actually had a session bassist on this album who only played on this album and didn't play on any other Voivod record. His bass comes through in a couple of places, but in general, it's not Voivod bass. Voivod always has a certain thing with their bass where even if it's not playing anything terribly complex, it really stands out. It's like clanging away, being the blower bass. Like, that's the Voivod thing. One of the Voivod things, even the Eric Forrest albums kind of have that. We were talking about Phobos earlier, and in Bacteria, there's this section with like a really psychedelic, dreamy, melodic guitar. But underneath it, there's this bass that sounds just so harsh and like grimy. Even that has this, but this doesn't really have the blower bass. It's just not there. But you know what? To hell with it. That's not a reason not to enjoy this album as much. This album does have a few songs that could have been on Angel Rat, especially Time Warp and maybe Moonbeam Rider. But this is a much more prog album, I think, than Angel Rat was. The opener, Fix My Heart, is a song that they started playing live again recently, much to my delight. This song works really well live with Chewy on guitar. It sounds great, and on the record, this song sounds great too. I really think this album, The Outer Limits, is Piggy's, like, guitar... I don't know, it's kind of his, like, Guitar God album, almost. Like, it's more so than Angel Rat, more so than Nothing Face. This album has Piggy, like, just really kind of opening up on guitar and just showing that he can be, like, that guy who's shredding a little bit. And, I don't know, being very, like, unlike Angel Rat, where I was saying he's doing a lot of kind of ambient guitar stuff, he really takes center stage on a lot of this album. He's really... like Lost Machine. Listen to that. Listen to that riff. Listen to that, how it's like ba 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 ba, and then he's going, like he's doing these crazy slides on the guitar, and it sounds so it's so Piggy, it's so Voivod. Nobody else sounds like that. It's heavy too. Jack Luminance is awesome. The story is this weird story about how some, I don't know, being came on the television and tried to tell us not to accept the mind control rays of something or other. And I don't know. Yeah, it's vague, but it's really, really cool. And just trust me on that. And listen to the song. It's 18 minutes long, 17 and a half minutes, whatever. And it's totally epic, and it totally works. It has a lot of different moods to it, a lot of different character. There's a ton of variety on this album, which I really, really like. There's even some really thrashy stuff, but it's like thrashy in a kind of a tight, progressive thrash sort of way. Like, it's not like War and Pain or Killing Technology or whatever, right? It's different, but it's fast and intense in its way. Wrong Way Street, that's a great song. The album closes with We're Not Alone. really fast for the most part, but really melodic, really catchy. Has a couple of really cool breaks, like kind of one of the few bass standout parts in the album is in this song, and it has a weird story about some guy's car that breaks down, and they go and hang out with this crazy old guy who thinks that flying saucers land in his backyard, and they don't believe him, but then they see the flying saucers and they decide that being on Earth sucks anyway, so the aliens should just take them wherever they want to go. And it's so Voivod, like they're having fun with it. It's not dark. It's the old man is a little bit creepy and weird, and the cottage in the forest is a little bit unnerving, but they're having a good time, and they want to take you, and you'll want to go with them. This album is so much fun. The 3D glasses concept is great. I don't know, I guess not many of the editions actually came with them, but some did. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, this seems like the band was really capitalizing on the success that they had previously, and they knew that maybe this was their last chance. And oddly, I think Nothing Face was the most successful, but I don't really get that, and I'll come to that when I talk about Nothing Face in a short while.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like, Nothing Face is the most unapproachable Voivod album as far as I'm concerned. But that seems to me not the case because a lot of people liked it, so I don't know. But maybe it was just the Pink Floyd cover? I don't think so, though. But this is Outer Limits, and this is much more laid back and fun, and even though, yeah, you can say it's 1993, they're trying to be commercial in their way, but Voivod trying to do that is just Voivod with a really nice production, trying to make cool music that they think people might like, and Snake is still being Snake. Le Pont Noir is an awesome song. The song title means the Black Bridge in French, but the lyrics are actually in English, so it doesn't count as a French song, I guess. That song's really cool. It sounds like very soft for the verses, and then it gets really heavy, and the lyrics are kind of sinister, but kind of humorous at the same time. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. There's a few things that sound a bit alt-rocky, like even like the Smashing Pumpkins or something like that, but I don't know. It works. Like, I don't even like the Smashing Pumpkins, but I love this album. I think this is a really strong record, and I don't know. It's the end of an era for them. Snake was gone for a while after this. They wanted to get heavier again. So I guess they thought maybe in some ways this was a bridge too far. And that's why they released Negatron, because Negatron is like the polar opposite of this.
It definitely is.
Yeah. This is super melodic and catchy and fun, and with a ton of variety, many different types of songs. It's probably, I think it was their longest album to this point, and probably a lot of that is because of Jack Luminous being, 17 and a half minutes long. But I don't know. It's one of the most fun Voivod albums to listen to, I think. It's accessible in a way that's just great. Angel Rat was also great. Angel Rat felt more like personal and more, I don't know, like more existentially dark in a way. This one feels more prog, and it feels more like, I don't know, good timey almost in a weird way. Like, The Outer Limits is great. We love The Outer Limits, not just the show, but the idea of The Outer Limits is the best part, and Voivod want to show you that. So they took you on this journey, and I don't know, it feels very cohesive as an album. Like, it feels like everything flows together. It's perfect that We Are Not Alone is at the end, and it's perfect that Fix My Heart is at the beginning. The Outer Limits is a wonderful Voivod album. It's the album that I would have placed near the bottom early on, but that I now rate as number 6.
Cool. So my number 5 is another one that people might place a little bit higher, and that is Killing Technology. This is still a really awesome album, and this is their Lost in Space record. So, we covered some stories on the podcast like Aniara, Tours a New Sun. Well, this is the Voivod approach to
Forgotten in
that
Space.
whole concept. So it's definitely a thrash metal record. It's very much a refinement musically over Roar in terms of the band's ability to actually play these songs and riffs in time with one another. The production is a lot cleaner and less muddy than the previous one, but in some ways just doesn't work quite as well for me as Roar does. The parts never really came together in a way that works as a more, I guess, cohesive whole as the previous record does, though there's like a lot of really awesome riffs on this one. They definitely start to put a lot more effort into lyrics on this one. The lyrics on the first two records are kind of immature metal lyrics that you might expect written from teenagers where
yeah, they're a lot of fun, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the more literary stuff from the science fiction books that they were reading and we had mentioned earlier in the segment probably start to take effect on this record as opposed to the first two. And yeah, it's a really awesome record. It's a total classic for a reason. Most people would probably put this either at the first or second position, I would imagine. But yeah, the other records work a little bit better for me from the classic era. But this is still a really, really killer record.
Cool. Yeah, that's one that I struggled with. I almost didn't want to do what I did, but I have to, right? Like, I just have to. So it's a little higher for me, but we're pretty close to the end now. So
yeah, we are.
It's not. It doesn't matter that much. We like all these albums a lot. So yeah, but that doesn't come yet for me.
So what do you got for number 5?
My number 5 album is the most recent one, Cinco Anarchy, from 2022. I went to see them not long after this album came out. I heard them play most of these songs, and I saw them release videos for a lot of these songs and push a lot of these songs individually. I was really excited about The Wake, but this album somehow excited me more, and I think it was because it was a new chapter in my life, and it was a new Voivod coming out, and it just felt right. And this album was recorded after great frustration with coronavirus and the isolation that engendered, and the fact that the band couldn't rehearse the way they normally could. Unlike The Wake, there's no guest people on this album. This is just the band. This is just the guys. No extra anything. No string quartets, no extra percussionists, no oud players, no throat singers. This is just Voivod, the guys. And, wow, if they couldn't play together, you would never tell, because they must have played together after as soon as they could, because the way the band works together on this album is remarkable. They all shine. The bass is right there up front. Rocky is awesome. Rocky is a great bass player. He's such a good addition to Voivod. His bass is not only up front a lot of the time, but it's doing really cool things. He's like not only being a fretboard wizard, but like you can hear sometimes these weird bass runs where he's like sliding up and down, and like the beginning of Quest for Nothing, which is an awesome song on this album, which has a great chorus that's like, and after all, I am so small, a grain of sand, I am an ant. And like, I feel like that's an anthem. There's so many anthems on this album, and Planet Eater's so heavy. Mind Clock has this really great jazzy intro to it. The rhythm is super cool. So right now, at this time, Voivod, I guess they have their own studio setup, and they're pretty much like producing their own albums. So I guess it worked out pretty good with Remy Yod or Target Earth, but like since then they seem to be, they're really doing their own thing. They're really in control now, and their albums sound really good. But not only that, everybody really is equal, which I think is really an interesting and cool approach. Like, it really doesn't sound like any one member of Voivod is taking center stage ever. Like, even the bass is right there, and it's all part of the mix, and it's all part of the Voivod thing. And even though there are times when I kind of wish, like, there were a bit more, I don't know, like, solos, guitar pyrotechnics, maybe sometimes. There is a bit of that, and the thing is, that's never been Voivod's thing. Like, they never really do that too much. If they do it, it's for like 10 seconds or less. Like, it's a little brief flourish that makes you aware of, yeah, actually, the guitar players in Voivod are really good. Piggy could really play, and if Chewie wanted to shred it up, he certainly could, but they keep that stuff to a minimum, and Chewie, when he shows off on guitar, it's almost like a blink and you might miss it sort of thing. And it's really there, though, and he'll do it. And there are solos on these albums that are, like, really amazing solos. And I just talked about The Outer Limits earlier and how it was kind of like this showcase for Piggy. And I think that Synchro Anarchy, it really feels like Chewie is like, I don't know, not dominating, because I just finished saying there isn't really a dominating thing going on in Voivod at this time especially, but like this is his time to show off, and he's occasionally poking through almost in the way that Piggy would, where it's like, for the most part, you don't really see everything that he can do. Like, he's not unleashing it all in front of you all at once, but when he wants to, and he pulls it out, the stops come out, and all of a sudden, you're hearing this, like, dancing lead guitar, you're this, like, really amazing, weird ambience, and Chewie can do that too, but he also injects this, like, kind of jazziness to it, and this kind of, like, I don't know, like, this a little more sensibility from modern metal, I guess, like, I don't know, modern death thrash, almost, like, you could say, like, just a certain type of guitar playing that sounds really tight and mechanical, but, like, not in a bad way mechanical, or not, like, emotionless, but just in the terms of the fact that it sounds very precise and very influenced by the fact that death metal bands in the early 90s some of them started to get weird, like even Cynic and Death, and like started to incorporate more influence from both heavy metal, but also like fusion type playing and stuff like that, and jazz musicians and stuff. Although I think like maybe sometimes the jazziness of some of these bands might be a little bit overemphasized. Like, I don't think Spheres from Pestilence is that jazzy, except in maybe a few places. Yeah. But, I mean, it was a thing, and Daniel Mulgrave is definitely a little bit more influenced by that. He's kind of like the next generation from the older Voivod guys. So, Piggy, for example. I don't know, a part of me likes to entertain, what if Piggy and Daniel Mulgrave had been in Voivod together? What kind of band would that have been?
Yeah.
Right. That would have been something. But yeah, Synchro Anarchy is really cool. Like I was saying, I love Mancloth. I love that jazzy intro and the kind of like, again, there's a lot of really introspective, dark lyrics on this album. And I'd feel like sort of getting older and getting like, you know, starting to worry about your mind and what's going to happen to it soon and how you're going to degenerate stuff. And like, I don't know, that seems to be a theme that comes up a bit on the album. And there's certain songs on here like Holographic Thinking, again, a really amazing track. Really, really tight and heavy guitar bass interplay. And Snake sounds really great on all of this record. So what you were saying is dead on. The band does seem to be kind of getting better in a lot of ways. Like, I don't know, I have a special thing for Target Earth maybe, but like, yeah, this album is the apex of their new lineup and their new style, and I don't know where they're going to go next. Yeah, who knows? Seeing them live, they're amazing live. Since this album came out, they've kept releasing stuff, and we'll talk about that a bit towards the end. But
sure.
For now, yeah, that was Synchro Anarchy, my number 5.
All right. Well, let's just take a quick break, and then we'll finish up the rankings.
All right, sounds good. All right. What's your number 4? Would it be?
Number 4, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So my number 4 is Phobos from 19...
I was going to put this just almost as high as you did. Almost.
Yeah.
And I'm almost surprised you're doing this. That's awesome.
Yeah, I really, really like this record. When we were preparing to do this episode, I listened chronologically. So I started with the Anachronism demo and ended up with Synchro Anarchy. And as much as Negatron feels like a totally different change from the Outer Limits, this one totally feels like a different change from Negatron in a different way, in that it is a much, much better record in every single way. It's still really, really heavy. It still has Eric Forrest's harsh vocals all over it, but there's just something about the guitar playing and the atmosphere that works so much better. In a lot of ways, it feels like it's the band that did Killing Technology, and instead of going in a more progressive, like Pink Floyd direction, like they did with Dimension Hatros and Nothing Face, they go in a heavier direction, but not heavy in terms of speed, but like
crushing heaviness.
Oh yeah, it's definitely crushing. And this is the late 1990s where bands like Meshuggah are starting to get popular, and Coroner had done that album Grin, which incorporates some of that more industrial grinding approach, and that's kind of the approach that Voivod takes here, where it feels like a very, very heavy sound. Like it might be their heaviest album in a certain sense, although I guess it depends on how you measure it. But
yeah, I mean, it's not their fastest album, but
yeah,
besides Roar, it's probably their heaviest album.
Yeah.
Like it's that in terms of just impact.
Yeah, and I like this so much more than all of its other contemporaries in that like late 90s heavy kind of progressive metal sphere. Like I like this more than Meshuggah. I like this more than what Gorguts were doing at the time. Like I like this more than Coroner's later output, which I still think is really good. This is an outstanding record. It's certainly not an easy one to get into as far as accessibility goes. Like they're more commercial sounding stuff on Angel Rat and Outer Limits, which I do really like a lot. But yeah, this was intense, darkly science fiction in a way that's really cool. A way uses the computer art on here that I think does work really well. There's like this kind of grotesque face that's like plugged into pipes and stuff like that. Fits the music quite well. And the electronic interludes, I think, are, again, really fitting to the atmosphere on here. Works pretty much all the way through. I always skip the King Crimson cover at the end. Not that like it's a bad cover, but it just feels like an extraneous part of the album that, I don't know, maybe it would have been cool to see live, but it just feels like a tack on, and, just don't really need to listen to it.
Yeah, I mean, M-Body is kind of tacked on too.
Right, yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Like, it should really be an 11-track album, opening and closing with Catalepsy 1 and 2. And just being that. But I guess they just wanted to add a little extra to it. So
yeah, I mean, you have a CD. It fits up to 80 minutes now. Vinyl is no longer the dominant format. And that does shape how some of these 1990s full lengths are, with their longer run times and the added stuff tacked on towards the end, which does feel a little bit unnecessary at the time, but when that's my only complaint about this album, that's pretty good. So yeah, I like this one a lot. It's definitely one of their best albums and very underappreciated.
This is probably their greatest album to smoke heavy amounts of THC imbued substance too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just so. Yeah, it's really, this is a really scary album. Like, this is actually, it's awesome. But like when I listen to it, I get a feeling of dread. Like it feels really portentous of dark, terrible things, and it's the only Voivod album that really feels like that. Like, I don't know, Snake always had like this nuance of, I don't know, like a light, almost humorous touch, and that's nowhere to be found on here. And so it's kind of like, yeah, there's something special about it. It's especially dark and especially evil sounding. And yeah, that guitar sound is just incredible. Like, there's something about that guitar sound. It just can't be beat. I don't know. Yeah, I was almost going to plate this as high as you did, and I just struggled with the bottom half, especially. all throughout this. I almost didn't believe that Phobos didn't make my top 5, but I had to do something. I was originally, that I don't know. Who cares, right? What I was originally doing. This is what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
So that's Phobos didn't make my top 5, but I don't know. Maybe next month it will.
Maybe.
Right? These are all really good. Like I'm saying, I like them all. So
what do you got for your number 4?
My number 4 is Nothing Face. This album has always been a pain in my ass. This album is hard to get. I don't know. To me, this is, for some reason, it's always been the most unapproachable Voivod album. And it's so strange to me that this is their most successful album. Yeah. I don't get it at all.
I think it is the Pink Floyd cover that did get a fair amount of radio and MTV play. The video is really cool. They do some neat camera tricks and stuff like that, but it's really the only commercial accessible point on the record, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. The Pink Floyd cover is really good. They play it live almost every show still, and it's usually near the end of their set. They usually play that, and then they do an encore of Voivod, the song, and a couple of other songs and stuff like that. And this song really works well in that context. I don't know if it works as well halfway through the album. I don't know. I like it though. I like the cover. I just don't know. I don't know. This album, like I said, to me, this is the hardest Voivod album. It's so alienating. It's so mechanical sounding. It's so cold and otherworldly and just not, I don't know. It's a hard one, but once I really get to like it, and once I listen to it and I remind myself how good the album is and how there's so much to it that you can feel as you listen to it and as you listen to more of it and you fall in under its spell. There's so much jangliness to it and I don't know, off-putting rhythms and vocals and everything is so tight, but at the same time it's so progressive and so not normal sounding.
Yeah.
And it's just always been an album that's really hard to come to grips with. And then I listened to it. See, all right, originally I was going to play this album much lower. I really was. And is it just the popular wisdom that's telling me I have to place Nothing Face higher? No, it's not. Nothing Face is amazing, but Nothing Face is also really alienating. And again, maybe you're right. It's the Pink Floyd cover and the video that makes this their most successful album, because the thing is, this album deserves to be loved. This album deserves the praise. But you really have to listen to this album and really have to concentrate on it. And at the same time, the production, it's very... Peggy's guitar is kind of oddly quiet. And the bass is loud and clanging over everything. And it's the bass is, again, leading. It's almost like that Angel Rod thing. But this album is way more jangly and off-putting and, weird with the timings.
Yeah.
And Snake's lyrics are so intertwined with everything. It really feels like he's leading the band in a way that the singer normally doesn't. Right? It almost seems like it's the story that's leading the way that the songs sound.
Yeah.
And
I think my favorite connection with Snake and the rest of the band is there's this one part where he just announces forward speed and then the band lurches into this really abrupt time shift going faster.
Yeah.
And it's just such a cool moment.
Yeah. Yeah. This album is just it's so progressive and out there, and at the same time, the way the band is locked in together so well is almost unearthly. It's almost a little bit disturbing. They don't sound... Alright, so they went on tour with Rush when this album came out. And you can tell that Rush were their heroes, right? Obviously a huge inspiration. And kind of just making you think of what Rush was doing at the time was they were incorporating a lot more synthesizer and keyboards and kind of becoming poppier and stuff. And Voivod were becoming less thrashy, but at the same time they were becoming more esoteric and weird, and more of just what makes Voivod Voivod is this singular touch that doesn't sound like any other band except maybe the ones that take influence from Voivod, which we can talk a bit more about towards the end. But this is really, I don't know, this is a hard nut to crack, and when you do, it's so rewarding though. Enter My Heartbeat Cube, the way that intro just sort of pulls you into this psychedelic dream, and then it just gets like really intense, and Missing Sequences has this weird rhythmic vocal guitar hook that's like, what is he saying? I can't remember exactly how the lyrics go, but it really pulls you into that song and pulls you into that, like, I don't know, it's catchy, but in a way that's like not catchy the way other bands would do it. That's just the Voivod way. That's the Voivod way, and this album is 100% Voivod, 100% their unique thing. Nobody else could make this album, and that's its biggest strength, and also, I guess, what makes it a little bit hard. Like, it just makes it a little bit impenetrable, almost, even compared to something like Angel Rat or Outer Limits, which I talked about earlier. Like, this is their most successful period. All three of these albums are pretty different in their own way. And Nothing Face is the hardest one. Even when it's sounding a little fast and thrashy, like kind of in the Dimension Hatros way, which was the album that came out before this one, Nothing Face it's different. Like, the bass is a lot louder than the guitar. The guitar is just kind of dancing. It's dancing over the bass riffs. And it's just so different. It's not what metal bands were doing, that's for sure. So that's Nothing Face, and that's number 4. A really difficult album, but one that really rewards spending the time to get to know. Still to this day, though, I think this is the hardest Voivod album for me to get into. This was. And I hope I explained why. This is, I don't know, it's just so weird to me that this is the one that's that successful. But
no, I mean, it makes perfect sense. And this is my number 3. So, I mean, it leads directly into my next pick.
Nice.
And
yeah,
I'd mentioned earlier that this is the first Voivod record I got and heard. And for a while, this was the only Voivod record I had. You know, when you're 13, 14 in the mid-90s, there's no YouTube where you could just pull up every album ever. So what I listened to were the tapes I had, which was, you know, at the time 40 or 50 or so. So, you know, Nothing Face was one that came up just because, like, it was one that I had, and while it didn't click initially, I just kept listening to it because it was what was around. And when it did click, yeah, it was awesome. The rhythm section and the guitar playing and how the music fits together is just so tight, and the tempo and rhythm and key changes just feel all seamless in compared to what they were doing on Dimension Hatros, which is itself a really progressive album for what metal was doing at the time. This one just feels like so much more in every single way. And to me, it's just really a perfection of that sound. Band's really bouncy and quirky, and the record is filled with tons of humor, even though it does have this really weird and strange vibe throughout the entire thing. The artwork, like I mentioned earlier, has this awesome feeling of, I don't know, it reminds me of Suspended a lot, where it's this fusion between man and machine. You know, we see...
Yeah, the cyborg.
Right, the blank face being pumped with this, like, metal tubing and circuitry. And I think the music really does capture that vibe of fusing with a hyper-intelligent computer or whatever is in the Voivod universe. The Pink Floyd cover is an interesting touch to it, I guess. Their biggest hit by far on mainstream-ish radio. I mean, it definitely didn't chart on Billboard or anything like that.
But it is Astronomy Domini. I don't think we even named it yet.
Right.
It is Astronomy Domini, and it is from the Syd Barrett era of Pink Floyd. And Pink Floyd was the first, I don't know, they're a pretty significant band to me. Getting to Dark Side of the Moon, of course, like many first, and then kind of working through many of their other albums. And the Syd Barrett era is definitely Pink Floyd at their most experimental and weird and different. Like, you really feel the personality of Syd
for sure
in that really early stuff. And I don't know, it makes sense that they would cover something like this, like, rather than something from Dark Side of the Moon or Wish You Were Here or something like that. Like, that's kind of the Pink Floyd that most people can get into. The Syd stuff is different. It's not really as accessible in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that the other Pink Floyd song they covered on The Outer Limits, the Nile song, is also early Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
But yeah, Astronomy Domini is a really cool song from the first Pink Floyd album. When I first heard this record, I had no idea that it was a Pink Floyd cover. I wasn't really familiar with Pink Floyd at all, aside from Another Brick in the Wall.
I definitely heard the Pink Floyd song before this one, but I didn't really catch the music video or anything like that. So
yeah,
it wasn't until the 2000s that I kind of got this. So yeah.
Yeah, I heard the Pink Floyd song much later. I maybe was in high school, but it might have been in college when I got big into Pink Floyd. I would have been familiar with the Voivod discography certainly before I was into Pink Floyd. I got into them maybe senior year of high school, freshman year of college era. But yeah, I did not hear Syd Barrett era Pink Floyd before I heard their version of Astronomy Domini. And that was, I guess, one of the first songs to really click with me on this record, as it is much more accessible sounding than all the other songs on here. It doesn't have those like crazy time changes or weird vocal melodies or these strange guitar parts that are like very complex, but at the same time not played with intense distortion or anything like that. But the guitar tone is very clean.
Yeah, it's not very heavy. Like that. Yeah. That's kind of something that it almost bugs me about the album, but I know that they did it on purpose, and I kind of like it. But it's like, there's not much oomph to the guitar on that album.
Yeah,
it is what it is. Like, they made the bass have all that power.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach, and I wasn't able to find any mentions of them in the interviews that I read, but it kind of reminds me of Voivod's take on the Minutemen's Double Nickels on the Dime. In that,
I've never listened to that.
It's such a great record, but it
I need to listen to that.
It has a totally different vibe than this. I mean, it's much more influenced by like blues and 70s hard rock, whereas this feels much more alien and strange and futuristic. But at the same time, the guitar tone on that record is again very clean, even though they were lumped in associated with a hardcore scene for whatever reason. And the rhythm section just, again, stops on a dime and changes tempos and keys and time signatures just really quickly, but in a way that feels completely natural, like they're not trying to force it. It just comes out of the progression of the song in a way that feels satisfying and works really well in the same way that this record does. There's a lot of points on Dimension Hatros that I feel just like don't really work as well. I think it sounds like a band very much finding their sound. They're trying to do something ambitious, but their songwriting chops and maybe their musical abilities aren't quite 100% there yet. But here it seems like the band has really matured a lot since that record and have just gotten better at handling these odd changes in the music and this strange approach at writing songs. And to me, this one feels like a much, much better record than Dimension Hatros, even though I do like that one a lot. Again, I could see why people feel this one is a bit inaccessible, as the guitar playing is pretty wild in a very unconventional way. I can't think of a single record that does sound like this one, even the bands that are influenced by...
Even Voivod doesn't have a record that really sounds like this.
But it's just awesome. It's one of my favorite records by the band, and I really love every second of it.
Cool. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Maybe not as much the Dimension Hatros stuff, but hey, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
My number 3, though, is not Dimension Hatros. It is War Pain. Wow, this album is such an unholy racket.
Yeah.
It's awesome. It is so full of personality. The personality is coming out of every orifice of this album in a steaming, stinking, smoky spew of heavy metal fury and weird post-apocalyptic mutancy. And I don't know, this album is wonderful. This is actually, so pretty much after Phobos, I think I started reading a bit more about bands online, and I remember reading something about this album. I think it was Corzine from Megiddo.
Yeah, right.
Talking about how awesome this album was. And he didn't like later Voivod stuff, apparently, but he liked this album a lot. And I remember listening to Live for Violence on a radio show that I heard. And that song is still one of my favorite Voivod songs. Each side of the record has a name. So there was the Blower side and the Iron side. And the Iron side contained such great songs as Voivod, the eponymous Voivod song, and Iron Gang, and Warriors of Ice. And the second side, the Blower side, had Blower and Black City, and the absolutely incredible Nuclear War. That song, man, that is... I listened to that again last night, and wow. That song, man. I don't know. It's this, like... This album is unprecedented. Now, some people thought this album was really bad when it came out.
Oh, a lot of people thought this album was really bad.
This album got tons of bad reviews. Yeah. Like, this is the first Voivod album. It's different. It's different than Roar, even. It's like...
Yeah. None of their other albums sound like this. And that's what makes this album unique and awesome, I think.
Yeah. This album sounds like it was produced by somebody who had never heard metal before. Like, I don't know. Apparently they spent $2,000 to make this record. That's not a lot, but I don't know. For a 1984 underground metal album, I think it's fair. Like, it's not that low. But I also think that there's a clear... I don't know. This album doesn't sound like other albums that came out around this time. Like, it really does sound very live. And it sounds very, like, not distorted almost. It sounds just like the band is playing really, really loud right there in the room with you. It doesn't sound like there's much going on in the studio in terms of post-production and fixing anything up. The drums sound very in your face. They sound very the way a drum kit sounds. Do you know how rare that is nowadays? To hear an album that actually sounds like that, produced by anything approaching a major label? How difficult is it to record drums? Well, it is actually really difficult to record drums, but it's worth it.
Yeah, I would say so.
Record your drums. Do it for real.
Take it from a drummer.
Yeah, don't use triggers. I don't know. It's not cheating. Triggers are cool, but come on, don't use them. Just mix your drums. Do it real. This album really does sound like it was recorded in a garage. It does. And that's part of what adds to the power of it. Snake sounds very different than he would on any later album. Roar, he sounds way more aggressive than he does on this album. This album, he sounds pretty out of control. He's howling around a lot, like he's just screaming. But at the same time, it's kind of melodic sometimes. Like it's strangely melodic and interesting. And he puts a lot of theater into his voice, which I think is really cool because they said they were looking for a theatrical singer. Now, later on, starting around Killing Technology, Snake would develop this thing with his voice where he almost sounded like a robot. Had this kind of mechanical, monotonous sound to his voice, and that was part of the Voivod thing. That's not really here. It's not really on the next album either, because on Roar, he's this screaming maniac. Here, he's almost sneakier. He's almost more human. And I don't know, it just works really well. And my God, Nuclear War, man. What a song. I just, like, I saw them play that live once. The first time I saw Voivod, that one time with Motorhead, which is first, I think, 5 times I've seen Voivod live now. That was the first time, and that was the only time I saw them play Nuclear War. And I guess it made sense because they put out the Voivod Lives live album around that time, or maybe the year earlier, and that song was on it. So at least I think it was, if I'm remembering right. I'm not 100% sure now, but
yeah, it's on it.
That song, it just starts out with this like really dark, slow, doomy riff, and then it turns into this like amazing and oh man, it's just so heavy and so dark and so powerful. And it's the last song on the album, and what a way to end the album. And then it goes into this really fast part, and I just remember listening to that David Grohl interview where he talks about Voivod for like 20 minutes, and he's like describing just how heavy and mean they sound, and then he starts singing the lyrics to this song, and just like, yeah, I just got one track, and it's to kill. And he's, it's just like, yeah, that's going to the fast part of this song. And my ex-band, for a while, we kind of talked about how cool it would be to cover this song, but I don't know, the second half of the song is like really, really crazy. And this is the thing about this album, like, unlike all the other Voivod albums, this is the album where Piggy sort of throws in random solos wherever he feels like it, and it's awesome. It's just so wild sounding, and he just starts soloing. It's so, I don't know, it makes me think of being in a band and playing in the rehearsal room, and the guitarist just can't help himself. It's like, or if you're jamming with somebody for the first time and you're like, hey, play Paranoid, and you play Paranoid from Black Sabbath, but like you can't help but want to play a whole bunch of solos because you're showing off and you're 17 or something. And I don't know. It's just, yeah, this album is really special. It has a special feeling to it that none of the other albums have. And read the lyrics, follow along with the lyrics, man. Yeah, it's really aggressive, really teen-ish, but in a way that's really fun and cool. Yeah. It works. It sounds energetic, like they want to fight you, and it's great. It's the way it should be. Black City, again, weirdly melodic, but very aggressive and raw sounding. And the guitar sound on this album is just so uniquely, like, it's very metallic, but not, and I'm going to say that metallic, like metal should sound metallic, right?
Yeah.
But, like, it really does sound like a rusty, I don't know, like old rusty metal. And this is such a live sounding album. Like, this, I would dare any band to make an album that sounds like this nowadays and put it out. It wouldn't happen.
I'd love to hear it for sure.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it too. War and Pain is awesome. War and Pain is the Voivod debut. War and Pain is a special album, and it's my number 3.
Well, it's my number 2, so that's another good
right
segue into that. And yeah, the guitar playing on this record just makes it. I mean, there's so much wild stuff everywhere. And I guess we'll probably mention the Anachronism demo later on, but out of all the bands that they cover on that demo, I think the one band that really is applicable to the sound here is Raven, in that they were a 3-piece band, so you just get the one guitar, you get the bass and the drums, and it's just really loose.
Yeah, and that early Raven stuff is incredibly good.
Yeah, it's so good.
Drop.
Yeah, yeah.
So underrated.
Yeah, it's really good. But there's all these like crazy solos and licks everywhere. And the first Raven record, I don't know, there's 2 covers on it by Sweet. And if you listen to the original Sweet versions and go to the Raven ones, like Raven just plays them way too fast, and like so out of control, and it just like changes the nature of the song, and to me it improves it so much more. The rest of the record retains that like party sing song like 70s glam record feel, but just played way too fast and out of control by these like exuberant teenagers, where as the next album Wiped Out, it's that same kind of speed and like looseness, but they just incorporate all these like flashing guitar licks and solos everywhere. And that really carries over to War and Pain. And I think like the one way you could take Wiped Out is a War and Pain where the band is just like these off kilter bunch of weirdos that are trying to emulate their heroes but can't exactly like do it 100% right. They're kind of forced to take it in their own direction, whereas you have another band like a Metallica that are a bunch of studio perfectionists, so they're just kind of running over the same stuff over and over again and trying to like smooth it out the best they can.
And possibly manipulating their stuff in the studio as well.
Like, yeah, Kill 'Em All to me, I mean, Wiped Out is like 90% of the way there. And it just feels like a much more rehearsed version of what they were doing there. And that record, I think, Wiped Out, that is, really deserves much more recognition in terms of like how important and influential it is for some of these early bands. Because this Voivod record here just takes that formula and really runs with it in a totally unique direction. This is just such a killer record from start to finish. Like everything about this is awesome. Like the guitar playing is great, and it's so cool that like the rest of the band just can't keep up with Piggy, and it just kind of adds to the charm that he's just like ripping past everybody else in the band. But Snake's vocals are all over the place and wild, and he would sound nothing like this in the rest of his career. Like the way he enunciates things and his phrasing and the off-kilter melodies of his vocal lines on here are just like a nightmarish take on the new wave of British heavy metal records, and it's just like such a cool feeling when you listen to this. And it takes those influences that filtered into the band. Again, when you listen to that Anachronism demo, they really tell you all the bands that they were listening to. It just feels like such a unique distillation of those influences that output a product that, yes, it logically makes sense that it's a combination of those bands, but it feels totally different and much more forward thinking and out there than any of them. And I don't know. This record is just like really one of the best, not only Voivod records, but metal records of the 80s. Like it's just totally killer. But like all great unique records, I think we mentioned before, it got savaged by the major metal magazines. Kerrang famously gave it a thrashing, horrible review, though I think a lot of the people from the underground fanzines that are actually into the heavier bands had a bit of a warmer reception to it. The underground definitely praised the record more than the mainstream did. But you could easily see that listening to it. It's a pretty strange record in that.
Yeah. I mean, I think like a lot of the negativity might have come from the fact that, Ride the Lightning came out this year as well. And this album, War and Pain, just sounds so, I don't know. People do this crappy thing that I don't really like, but where they compare things in weird ways. Like they say, well, because this album didn't sound like Ride the Lightning, it didn't have this tight, compressed, like heavy thrash sound. It had more of this loose, out of control NWO BHM on super speed, weird drugs kind of feeling to it. It just didn't do as well and didn't get good reviews because it didn't have that sound. I guess the fact that it was released on Metal Blade, like Metal Blade had released some fairly good sounding albums, right? So not to say this album doesn't sound good sounding, because I mean, to me and to you, it sounds great.
Yeah, it definitely does.
I don't know. I guess it sounds more homey, like more garagey, right? So it just doesn't really have that like 1984 zing to it. Like it's got its own thing. It's got its own Voivod thing. It sounds like it was recorded in a shed
Yeah.
And that's part of what makes it great, right? Like that's part of what makes this album so awesome.
Yeah. And certainly Metal Blade's roster in 1984 was way, way more conventional than this one. I mean, your other records that came out that year were Fate's Warning, Night Unbroken, Warlord, Slayer, Haunting the Chapel, Lizzie Borden, Trouble. I mean, these are all bands that are playing in a more conventional sound, whereas War and Pain is just like way, way out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, Slayer was just started. They were just cutting into that major thrash thing. Like, Show No Mercy is one of their best recordings, but it sounds
for sure.
It actually does have a bit of that loose NWO BHM on speed like kind of thing to it, but it's, I guess, maybe better produced in some ways than War and Pain is. I guess. I don't know. Again, it's kind of relative.
It feels more polished. It definitely feels more polished.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's kind of relative of how you feel about it, right? Like, both albums are a little bit rough sounding. Like, it's Slayer's first two, so they didn't necessarily 100% maybe know what they were doing yet, but, like, it's also the most melodic Slayer album in terms of guitar work.
Right.
Like, they would never get that melodic again. Not even South of Heaven, like, really.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's interesting because, this feels like a first step. But with Voivod, it still has this utter craziness to it that makes it special.
Yeah.
So that's your number 2.
Yeah, I guess the one thing I want to mention before we move on is there's this one line on it, eats like a grinder. And growing up in New Hampshire, the word grinder refers to like a sub sandwich, like a hoagie or whatever else you want to call them. So I always thought that line was kind of funny, like they're eating a massive sandwich. But yeah, War and Pain's great.
That's really cool. Yeah. Okay, my number 2 is Dimension Hatros. This album, I guess it is considered one of their most special albums. I don't know, it does seem to get name-checked a lot as an influence on many more modern metal musicians. One person who told me directly so was Blasphemer, formerly of Mayhem. And now he has a solo project. I can't remember the name of it. But he also played guitar in Art Noir. But especially in that like 2000s Mayhem stuff, you can hear the influence of Dimension Hatros all over that stuff. Dimension Hatros is a very, I don't know, it's still a metal album, which I can't 100% say about Nothing Face, maybe. I mean, even when it tries to be aggressive, it's kind of different. Like the guitar, again, it's not very distorted sounding, it's very clean. That
was my first thought when I first heard Nothing Face, is like, I don't know what to make of this. Like, is this like... Yeah. It took a while for it to sink in and figure out, but this is definitely a metal record.
This album is it's heavier, it's got really chunky sounding guitar, which I think works really well. I actually think after Killing Technology, their production needed an upscale, and this kind of gave it to them. I still think, in a way, this album is too much ahead of its time. Like, if this album had been recorded 3 or 4 years later, it would have probably sounded a little better. But, I don't know. I don't really consider that a knock against it. Nor do I consider the Batman cover a knock against it, because I don't think that was on the original release, and I don't know. Yeah, it's just something that got added. It's not part of the Dimension Hatros package, really.
It's on the CD, it's not on the LP. I think it's probably difficult to find a version without it these days, but if you want the original record, you should buy it. The cover's awesome, and it doesn't have the Batman cover, so...
Yeah, so that's a good reason. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I don't mind that they did that, but I don't know. Yeah, it's a weird thing to add to the end of their album there, so... It's got awesome songs like Brain Scan, Technocratic Manipulators, and the live staple that's at every single Voivod show, Tribal Convictions, with that intro. Amazing intro live. Like, it's amazing on record, but just when you hear it live, it's I don't know, it really does something to you. And then they go into the riff, and it's that weird timing, and the band is so in sync, and it's just, it's a moment that you never forget, and it happens at every Voivod show. That's the best part about it.
You say you're baptized in fire and ice.
Yes. And yeah, totally ripped off for Bathory's Hammerheart from Baptized in Fire and Ice. 100%.
Yeah.
Don't tell me Cordon's like, I never heard them before. Yeah, whatever, man. Yeah, it's an amazing song. That's an amazing song. Psychic Vacuum, incredible. This album, I guess if you think about so-called prog metal and what it should sound like, I guess this album may be the boy band album that fits closest into that, because it's like still got the heavy chunky guitar, but it's not really thrash. It's got this weird rhythm sense to it, and a lot of double bass with complex drum fills and juddery riffs. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like this album a lot more than, I guess, again, this kind of like Nothing Face. It was a bit of a hard album to get into. And I guess part of that might be connected with the bits that, Nate, you said were a little bit clunky. And I actually think that the clunkiness doesn't necessarily, I mean, I can hear it. I can kind of hear it. But at the same time, it almost adds to it. I almost appreciate that this album is such a weird cut gem that there's things about it that just sound like weird, like the way the vocals interact with everything, and the kind of repetitive vocal lines, and again, Snake just being Snake. It just sometimes, I don't know, it's not normal. It's not what people normally look for. But when you start feeling the Voivod feeling, it starts to sound good, and you start to really like it. And it's strange that that's what happens, but that is kind of my perception of it. And yeah, there's things about this album that sound really like juddery and kind of not like, I don't know, not consonant. Like it's sort of off-putting, but I don't know, it works. It's Dimension Hatros. It's what that album is supposed to sound like. So yeah, it's strange and it's kind of ugly at times, but it's also, so this is the first album that they did not record in North America. They went to Berlin to record this album.
Yeah, part of the contract with Noise Records.
Yeah. And this, apparently, Harris Johns produced quite a number of pretty legendary albums from around then, and this was kind of a big deal for them to go to Europe to record the album. And 1988, again, this was a very productive period for them. So they were either touring, or they were writing songs for the new album, or they were recording. That's what they were doing. And this album, apparently, because of where it was recorded, there was a very strange atmosphere around it. And I guess they were very close to the checkpoint that divides East and West Berlin. And they wanted to see if they could actually travel into the eastern part. And they were denied. So it was around this time that Piggy also was diagnosed with a malignant tumor in his brain. And unfortunately, this was, I guess, sort of a foreshadowing of what would eventually happen to him. And he died of complications related to colon cancer in 2005. And yeah, I mean, I talked about those other albums earlier and how I'm glad that they still exist. I really am. I'm sure it was not a great way to go, but that he was able to record those guitar parts was great. But as for Dimension Hatros, yes, I don't know. It's kind of a difficult album, but you can see how it did influence, I guess, a lot of the metal musicians of the 90s. Everybody from Frederick Thordendal of Meshuggah to Blasphemer from Mayhem, and how they were playing when they kind of, it's progressive. It's kind of off-putting, like in this really mechanical, grinding riff kind of way. Again, there's a lot of like the ways the vocals interact with the guitar and drums. Like everybody seems so attuned to one another, and that's another great thing about this band. Like it just seems like everyone, I don't know, everyone must know so well. Like even though Snake only sings and he doesn't play an instrument, he writes all the lyrics, and they're able to work it all out together where it seems like sometimes, like, yes, his stories lead the band. Normally, the singer is just a singer singing over top of the rest of the band. I know people like to consider the singer to be the most important part of the band, but yeah, I mean, I think the guitarists usually write most rock bands' music. So if the guy's just a singer, yeah, he might just be a singer, but Snake is something special. Snake actually seems to be the director in some ways with his lyrics. And on Dimension Hatros, it really does feel like he is leading the band on some journey. And I guess, again, this is one of the journeys of the Voivod character, and he's been subjected to some kind of experiment that has progressed him into another world, another dimension, and the Dimension Hatros, or Hatros. I don't really know how it's supposed to be pronounced, but that's what it is. And it's my number 2 album. It's a fantastic record. And wow, I know what your album's going to be for number 1, and the fact that I had that one pretty low. Yeah.
Well, it's the one that took the longest for me to click, and it is, of course, Roar, the mighty, mighty second album from Voivod. And
it is mighty.
It is heavy. It is absolutely heavy.
Yeah.
You mentioned Corzame from Megiddo, and I believe he made the comment that this record is not thrash metal, it's not death metal, it's not black metal, but somehow manages to be all three at once and transcend any kind of labels. And
nice.
Doing some of the background research for this episode, a lot of the interview questions that Voivod got when they were in the demo stage or right after War and Pain came out are like, how do you classify your band? Do you consider yourself to be a black metal band? And they were always like, no, we consider ourselves to be a power metal band. Because we don't sing about Satanism, we sing about other stuff. And it's just kind of interesting from a modern standpoint. And by modern, I mean being like, after 1993 or whatever. How our conception of black metal has totally changed, to fit what the Norway bands were doing at the time, that kind of trebly tremolo sound. But the first wave was really a lot different, and that the bands had a very diverse sound, and none of the bands really fit into an individual mold. Like a lot of those first wave bands, yes, you can clearly see them as being influences on what came later, but if that exact same record came out in 2023, well, would you consider it a black metal record? And Roar to me just feels like another one of those first wave extreme metal bands. Like it feels like such a progression from War and Pain in that it barely shows any influences from new wave or British heavy metal. Like I was talking about how Raven to me feels all over War and Pain. Raven feels nowhere on this record.
But don't you hear Motorhead on it though?
Motorhead is here, but we don't have that wild guitar playing. There's like no like crazy solos or leads or dive bombs in like
that's
other
true.
Places. Like
the leads are more like in the short bursts again, like they would be on later albums almost.
Yeah, and it just feels like, I don't know, just like a heavier chaos. Like the production is really muddy. Like you were saying, the drums just like don't feel in time. But for me, somehow that really adds to the heaviness of the music. Like it just feels like total chaos. It's awesome. It really reminds me of like in vibe the opening scene of like the Terminator, where you see this futuristic tank crushing the skulls of the deceased and firing laser cannons everywhere. That's what the record is doing to the listener. It's just a massive futuristic Voivod tank we see on the cover of Man and Machine fused together in some awesomely destructive vehicle steamrolling your turntable. And oh man, it's just so killer from front to back. You mentioned Deceits and King Fowley and how he's commented on this as his favorite band. I don't think it's on the active internet anymore. You could find it on archive.org. I'll try to dig up the URL and post it in the episode description for the background links. But Deceased used to have a photo history website where they talked about how, they got together and how each album was recorded and stuff. And back in the early days of the band, when they were still recording their demos in like 86, 87 or so, they talk about how they would do PCP every night and have these like metal music parties, and they would end every night by playing Roar. And oh man, PCP was never my kind of party, but like I could totally get it with this record. Like it is just like totally crazy and out there, and like what a nightcap from a wild teenage night of partying. Like such a good album.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't rate this one higher. I mean, I really like it too. Like I said, I don't dislike any of these albums. So
yeah.
I guess I had to put it somewhere, and yeah, some of them were trouble. It was trouble to figure out where I could really place them. But in the end, I had to kind of think about how much I listened to the albums, and I don't know how much I listened to the albums. Yeah, Roar. I guess I don't really play that one too much, so I still like it too. But War and Pain is somehow more special to me. So,
and what's cool about a band like Voivod is all these records, like, yes, we could break them into their era. Like, there's the early thrash metal period of the first two records. There's their more progressive period of, like, Killing Technology Through Nothing Face. There's the more corporate commercial sound of Angel Rat and Outer Limits, which, extend to the Voivod era. And then the Forest period of the kind of heavier stuff, and then our comeback era, which harkens back to the, I guess, more progressive sound. But when it comes down to it, all of these albums are really unique albums, and they never made the same album twice. And they all have just such a distinct and unique feeling, even though we can make obvious comparisons between any two given albums. They just really feel like their own unique entities. And if an album like Roar doesn't click for you, well, that's okay, because it's really the only album in their discography that sounds like this. There are a lot of similarities between this one and Killing Technology, and that, like, Killing Technology does feel like the band tightened up their technicality and that they are able to, like, play in time with one another and stuff like that. But they push these basic, like, Motorheadish, Venomish riffs that are all over this record to another level. But I don't know, there's just like something so raw and primitive about this one that they never did again, either before or after. I mean, War and Pain has all these like crazy guitar solos and screaming everywhere. It just feels like a much more like
primal.
Yeah, compared to what we have here, which I don't know, is very apocalyptic and dystopian and just brutal in every way. And yeah, definitely my favorite record from the band. Like, I just love the sound, and to me, feels more in line with the first wave of black and death metal. So I would compare this one more with like early Bathory, early Sodom, the Death demos, Possessed, like that kind of stuff, more so than a Slayer or a Metallica or a Raven or, later on Pink Floyd or something like that.
Yeah, I can definitely, I definitely agree with that. 100%. 100% agree with everything you just said. But my favorite album is the one that came out the year after that, Killing Technology, where, they did what you said. They tightened up and they worked out their technicalities. They play 100% in time with one another. The bass is still super raunchy and gnarly and scrappy, but everything is integrated so well. This is the last of their thrash albums. This album is really special to me. This album is the one, along with Phobos, War and Pain, And yeah, this one are pretty much the albums that made me start to really love Voivod. So I think Phobos was kind of one of the albums that made me think, oh, yeah, it's not just like the Negatron thing, and there's more. There's something special here. And War and Pain was like perfectly the right time because, yeah, I loved raw metal. I wanted to hear something like Sodom in the Sign of Evil, but War and Pain was so much more. Not to put down that EP, but War and Pain was just so much more melodic and so much more raw sounding and in your face and like a real band playing right there in front of you in the room that you're in right now. That's one of the reasons I like War and Pain so much. Roar is great for what it is, and it's so heavy and it's so aggressive. Snake sounds so mean throughout. But Killing Technology, it's 1987 now, and like you were saying earlier when you were talking about the album, Nate, the literary sci-fi influences are starting to take hold here. It's the Forgotten in Space record. Forgotten in Space, the song. Incredible! All this tumbling, turning, churning, thrashing, tearing riffs. But it's spacey. It's spacey in a way that you've never heard before. It's not like, I don't know, just say like atmospheric thrash. What does that suggest? It's some weird hybrid thing. I don't know. It's not what it sounds like. It's not what this album sounds like. It's this tumbling, churning, awesome cauldron of fire and riffs and weird, again, like there's some of that almost feeling that's on War and Pain, but like more honed and tight. But it's a feeling that at any moment the song could just explode into this weird. Piggy could just take it somewhere. Piggy could just fly off into the distance, and sometimes he does. And yeah, again, there's weird things on this album, like the way it starts with the low, deep humming sound and the heart monitor, and hearing that, and you're kind of feeling like somebody's there, somebody's breathing, somebody's alive. And then there's a pause, and you don't hear anything for a second. And you're like, oh, it stopped. What happened? Then the heart monitor starts up again, and you hear a voice, a mechanical, eerie robot voice, and it says, "We are connected." And they use that again later on one of their more recent EPs. They have a song called "We Are Connected," and they specifically refer back to this song. And that begins the odyssey of Killing Technology. Tornado. What a grand song. It's a thrash song, though, and it has like a big thrash chorus. And it's one of the few cases, like I was talking about Snake earlier and how it just seems like he's so stream of consciousness, rambly almost. Like, he doesn't really want to fit into the verse-chorus formula. He just kind of wants to go off wherever he wants to go. This album has the big thrash choruses, and it has, Tornado. It has This Is Not an Exercise, an awesome way to close the album. There's an EP, Cockroaches, that the songs got tacked onto the CD, so there's Too Scared to Scream and the song Cockroaches. Cockroaches is this really cool mid-pace kind of thrasher with, again, like weird kind of buzzing tremolo riffs. Don't sound like anybody else. Nobody else plays like that. I feel like, yeah, this was an influence on Norwegian black metal. Like, these kind of riffs. That riff and certain other riffs on this album.
Totally, yeah.
I mean, we can talk about Blasphemer being influenced by Demetra Hatros, but I actually generally think I want to mention this when we talk about some of the influences Voivod might have had on other bands, but yeah, like that some of that black metal stuff, I can definitely hear it. And yeah, Roar has it, but this album kind of starts to sound more on the esoteric end of things. And I guess I really like this album a lot because, yeah, it's still thrash, but it's got that extra edge to it. And I don't know, for me, Roar was just sort of middle in the road between the unhingedness of War and Pain and something more tight and like just really machined, but still with a lot of personality to it. But I don't know. I'm not trying to convince you otherwise, because it was hard for me to put Roar number 12 because I kept thinking about things like, yeah, how great Snake sounds on that album, how heavy and aggressive it is, and how like just mean it sounds. And
Right.
and this one definitely dials back on that a bit, but
Oh, it does.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of, yeah. It's they're giving the thrashiest take on their kind of really tight technical metal sound. And as a metal fan, I think this album kind of represents the apex of that first era of the band. I think with Dimension Hatros, like things kind of started to change. Like there's not a lot of thrash on those albums, and that's fine. Like that's where they were going. Like I said, rating these albums was really hard. I have to go mostly by how I feel. So maybe that's why Killing Technology is number 1 today, but maybe next month it won't be. Maybe next month The Outer Limits could be number 1, or Phobos. Like, it's really difficult for me because I really do like all these. You know, we were talking about some of the ones rated at the bottom earlier, and Infini, like, I don't know. I mean, I it's not going to be. I'm pretty sure it would never be my first choice number 1 album. But maybe if it was somebody's, I don't know. Maybe I would get it. Maybe I would understand. Right? Like, it's okay. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know anybody who feels that way. But the thing is, like, even a lot of the metalhead people that I know aren't that big Voivod fans. My friend John, Twilight Hammer, etc. He loves thrash. He loves really awesome metal. Makes really awesome metal himself. Doesn't really get Voivod. Like, doesn't really seem to get it. And I think that's always going to be a thing. Maybe one day those people will. Maybe one day things will be different. But maybe not. It took me a while. So I understand. I totally get it. I really love a lot of what they do. And to me now, they have no bad albums. So now that we've reached the end with Killing Technology and the ultimate of their thrash period, I can say, yeah, this album, along with War and Pain and Phobos, was instrumental to really getting me into the band, and it's always been really special to me. The tightness of it is perfect, but at the same time, it doesn't sound like other metal albums that came out in 1987.
Oh,
it doesn't sound... Yeah, like, it's just... I don't know. It's... Again, most of their albums, I can say, they did their own thing. They did their own Voivod thing. They don't really sound like what was happening at the time. They just were doing what they're doing. Exceptions would be Negatron and maybe Angel Rat. Those albums are so cool. Angel Rat especially. So, there you go. And Roar. Roar, again, it's 1986. You're supposed to release the most aggressive album you possibly can. And that's what Voivod did. And it's still great. Killer Technology, yeah, again, it's like, it's got a lot of that aggression, but it's next level to me. And that's why I think it's still my number 1 album right now. That's how I feel about it now. Again, I anguished over Dimension Hatros and Killer Technology as 2 and 1, but that's what I had to do right now. So.
All right, cool.
There you go. We reached the end of the discography.
We have. So I guess to tie it back to science fiction literature history, we have so far covered 183 stories on our podcast.
Wow.
And out of those 183 stories, which one would you say is the most Voivod?
Wow, what a question. I almost want to say something like Future Eve, but it doesn't quite fit. I don't know. Sirius? Even?
Sirius is an interesting choice.
Yeah, I can see it for Sirius because, again, like, they talk a lot about, like, the whole Angel Rat album seems to be especially about this kind of displacement of being a being that doesn't fit anywhere. And that's what Sirius is. And it's a being of the future, but not really, because maybe there will never be another creature like Sirius. So, I don't know. What do you think?
So I had two in mind. The first being Graal Orelsky's Towards a New Sun, in that we get this underground mining worker revolution that shifts the planet of Mars to a new solar system through the power of some future technology. But in the middle of all this drama, we get this scene of two of our main characters finding this derelict radio equipment setup. And I just kind of imagine that whole scene to be like the Killing Technology cover, where lost in this adrift realm of the void and space, who knows where, and there's this like untouched computer equipment from 5,000 years ago or whatever, just waiting to tap into. And the other one that I had thought of was the classic The Machine Stops by E.M. Forster.
Oh, yeah.
And the amazing atmosphere and world that he creates. Everybody living in these isolated honeycomb environments where there's no contact with the outside world aside from using this video phone technology, or it just feels very Dimension Hatros world, Voivodian, odd, dystopian, really cool imagery.
I can definitely see that, for sure, yeah. And they do seem to be influenced by the dystopian kind of stuff.
Definitely, yeah.
I do think, like, part of the power of Snake's lyrical approach and his feeling is that it's not all darkness and bleakness. Like, there is a certain amount of humor to it and a certain amount of, like, I don't know. I mean, I didn't even mention a lot of the things, like, on the Voivod self-titled album, they have this song called Les Cigars Voyants, and it means the flying cigars.
Right,
and
right.
It's just this hymn to UFOs and how cool they are. And they might take you away and they might make you leave your home and your family, but it's going to be great. You know, and you're going to want it. And it's this kind of light touch almost that gives it, yes, even though there could be underlying darkness and dystopian themes and so on, Snake is there to guide you, and he has a bit of a tongue-in-cheek flair to him, but at the same time, it's not like silly. It still works. And
so I guess definitely keep an eye on the blog spot the next couple of weeks, because Aliens, this story by Alexei Volkov, might give you the same feeling. It's a really cool story, and I think definitely ties into the flying cigars that Snake is talking about on that record. Yeah, it'll be fun to talk about that one, and we'll see if that one gives us a little bit more Voivod vibes than some of the other ones that we've talked about in the past.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I mean, there's a few other stories that kind of have to go up. You know, the Comet one and the one about the gas Schecterite or whatever he called it.
Yeah.
Schecterite, yeah. And yeah, there's some interesting stuff for sure that we're going to bring in. But yeah, interesting about Aliens. I actually haven't read that yet, so I'm looking forward to actually going through it soon and seeing what that's all about. But I definitely think, Snake adds a certain special character to the Voivod thing, and the fact that a lot of this stuff is just generated from within them. Like, it doesn't come from inspiration from very specific genre works, like the way a lot of albums and songs do. Where you can kind of tell, like they spell it out, and, that's where they got their things from. Voivod is just Voivod. Voivod does Voivod, and that includes where the lyrical concepts come from. And I think that's one of the greatest reasons to have Snake back in the band, is that he provides that. And I guess it was missing from the Eric Forrest era. I mean, that could have gone in an interesting direction. Phobos was definitely awesome. You placed it even higher than I did, which totally surprised me. Like, I thought this was going to be in the top 5, and I couldn't do it, and it hurt me. And then you put it as like your number 4 album.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I like Voivod
cool.
a lot.
That's at least
really
it's, yeah. That does feel different. Like, that's a very different approach than what Snake had. And it is really interesting to think about what could have happened. They hadn't gotten into the accident. Piggy hadn't died. Maybe Eric Forrest would have still been in the band for a few albums, right? And like, I think about these kind of alternate universe scenarios often in terms of writers, bands. Obviously, we're a literature podcast, so I think we've talked about this many times before, but I've thought about Robert E. Howard and how, yeah, what if he lived into the 1940s and the boom of the paperbacks? What could he have done? We talked about a few other authors like Chopek, died pretty young. He could have done a lot more, but we'll never know. And I guess the same thing is true of Piggy with Voivod, but Chewy is an awesome addition to the Voivod legacy, and if you have an opportunity to see them live, you should really take that. They are an amazing live band. So, as well as a whole bunch of live albums that have been released throughout their career, they recently came out with Morgoth Tales. It came out last summer in 2023, and it is a retrospective album which they use to record songs from their discography and re-record them with a modern lineup, a new touch, see what it brings. Condemned to the Gallows is on here. Condemned to the Gallows has never been on a Voivod album before. So that's pretty cool. That's the Metal Massacre 5 song right there.
Yep.
And man, do they do it well. It sounds so good. Chewy, again, he gives it his precise, choppy guitar picking style. It sounds pretty different from Piggy, but it works so well. That song is really heavy. It's also got a new song called Morgoth Tales, but that song is like, it's in an old, I don't know, it sounds pretty thrashy. Like, it sounds like an early 80s Voivod song almost, to me. It's got songs from a lot of their recordings, including Rise from Phobos, which they have been playing live, I think, recently, and Snake mentions Eric Forrest and talks about how he's happy to be playing his song, and it's an honor to be playing a song that he sang on. So, and it's pretty cool that they're doing something like that. I mean, I would love more songs from that album. Bacteria would be great, but I mean, it is what it is. It's kind of a closed chapter in their discography a little bit, but I'm glad that they're able to pay some tribute to it. So, did you listen to Morgoth Tales?
I just listened to their version of Condemned to the Gallows, which I thought was pretty awesome, and it was better than I expected. I normally don't listen to re-recordings or anything like that. I like to stick to the original versions, and there's a lot to be said about youthful exuberance and things like that. But yeah, I would really like to see them live, and the fact that they can do this on record gives me a lot of confidence of them being able to play that in a convincing fashion. Certainly excited to see what they do next as far as their next studio record. They have a really solid lineup now, which I think play really well off of one another. I think we both really like Sinker Anarchy, and I think do both agree that is the best record that this lineup has put together. And it seems like it's more than just a flash in the pan, that a lot of the records that came out in the 80s that we now look at as classics, a lot of those records were put together by 17, 18-year-olds who really didn't know what they were doing, and just kind of like just happened to turn out that way. But a record like Sinker Anarchy just seems like a more deliberate and refined effort of a band that just continually gets better at working together with one another and playing on their strengths. And it makes me excited for the future in that they can most likely improve on that formula and possibly even make a record that, for me, works better than even some of their classic material from the 80s. So, yeah, I think the future looks bright for this band. And it's a cool thing to say for a classic band that I've been listening to since high school, who is now more than 40 years on into their career.
Yeah.
You don't really get to say that often.
Yeah, there's certainly not many bands we can say that about.
No.
I think most people seem to agree that, out of all these legacy so-called bands, Voivod seems to have weathered a lot better than some. And the fact that they're not only still kicking ass live, but actually like impressing people and talking to them and being just really cool. Voivod is a really cool band. It almost destroyed them when Piggy died, but they were actually able to come back and do it in an awesome way. So
yeah, and if there's one takeaway I could bring to people with this episode is, if he wrote the band off after Piggy's death because he had such a unique and interesting guitar style that can't be replicated, well, I mean, I guess that is true, but the new records are just like so good, and I think they really, really do credit to Piggy's legacy and are more than just a loving tribute to the man, but really an expansion on his work. It's definitely one that's fitting of the Voivod legacy.
I absolutely think that it does. Chewy does.
Yeah.
With all that being said, what do you think are some of the bands that maybe started coming up around the 90s and possibly in the decades subsequent to that might have been especially influenced by Voivod and their guitar, especially like the guitar playing style? Maybe.
Yeah, so there's two that are big on my mind. The first one is Deceased. King Fowley has said many, many times that it's his favorite band, and the Voivod riffs don't creep in all the time in Deceased or even frequently in Deceased, but they definitely do. And when they do, they're really present, and it's cool to have them in that kind of old school, like primitive death metal fashion, like in that kind of context. And the second one is one that really most people don't associate with Voivod at all. And it's more of a specific record rather than an entire band's discography. And that is Therion's Beyond Sanctorum, which is one of my favorite Swedish death metal records of all time.
Interesting.
I would put it in my top 3. I think maybe even top 2. And man, it is so good. And there's Voivod riffs all over that record. And it may be not obvious at first, but if you haven't heard that record in a while, give it another listen and listen specifically for those Voivod riffs. And when you do, I think you will hear them come out in a lot of places.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I didn't necessarily think of that, but I really do like that album. And Therion has always been a really interesting band to me because I kind of want to like a lot of their later stuff, but like it's kind of hard for me. But at the same time, I can kind of see that I'll like a lot of the bands that they're associated with. The influences for Therion are very much like classic metal and power metal and classic heavy metal, and just because they use a lot of choirs and weird stuff like that, like they're still doing that. They're still, I don't know. It's a weird. I like some of their songs a lot from later albums, but they're not very consistent. But Beyond Sanctorum is definitely a great Swedish death metal record, and it is very, very unique sounding. And now that I'm, kind of thinking about it in my head, like, I guess I can sort of hear that. I never thought of how much of an influence Voivod could have been on that specific record, but
yeah, give it another listen and like listen to that with that specifically in mind, and I think it might surprise you.
Cool. Yeah, I should. I mean, it's been a while since I really, really listened to that album, so I especially hear that influence in actually the Norwegian black metal sound. I actually think that, especially like Vedboin's Ende, Virus, which is not really black metal, but it's just kind of like a continuation of the Vedboin's Ende sound. A lot of Voivod reminiscences there. Also, like the Mayhem, especially Grand Declaration of War, like that kind of era of Mayhem. I hear that a lot. I hear a lot of Voivod in that, especially like, Dimension Hatros and stuff. Vedboin's Ende is a band that, I think they were really the first of the sort of avant-garde Norwegian black metal bands, if you want to call it that, I guess. I mean, they're kind of uncomfortable using that terminology, but I don't really know what else to say. Like, it wasn't straightforward black metal. It was something else. It used some of the black metal soundscapes, but the lyrical approach, the feeling, the vocals, I don't know, a lot of it was different, and Vedbundsende didn't sound like anybody else. And the fact that they had these weird atonal riffs that were like sliding around everywhere, and these like really sort of tumbling, unearthly drumming approaches, and bass that was like really up front and dancing all the time around everything. Yeah, Written Waters, very unique album. I think very Voivod influenced. I just feel, again, like the vocals, they don't really sound like Snake precisely, but at the same time, it feels like Snake was an influence. Like, it's Snake, but more, I don't know, more croony, more like, I don't know, more Norse sounding. I can't really explain it, but it's just, yeah, it's different, but at the same time, I can feel I can feel the Snake in there a little bit. And yeah, the guitar playing especially sounds so Voivod. So that's definitely something where I really hear it. Also, Enslaved, I think. Enslaved, again, a band that I have a bit of a funny relationship with. I think it was around the time of Eld that I really started getting into the band. So that would have been like 1997.
Yeah.
That album came out, I think. And yeah, I really liked that. I really liked what I'd heard of Frost. And then they started getting weirder and more progressive, and I kind of lost touch with them. But more recently, I've come back to Enslaved a little bit, and I've come back to appreciating some of those albums I didn't really like back then, like Isa or Isa, however you say that.
Right.
I think there's a lot of Voivod influence on that, and I like that album a lot. I do think, like, later Enslaved has some things that I don't always like so much. Like, I don't know, some of the vocal choices sometimes seem a bit weird, and occasionally they'll do these riffs that sound like there's a bit too, I don't know, not like, I can't really describe it, but like too plain almost, like alternative rock sounding. I even played an album for somebody who wasn't really a metalhead, and he thought that it sounded like Queens of the Stone Age or something. And I'm kind of like, yeah, you know what? I mean, I don't really, like, it sounds far out. And I kind of want to yell at you, but I'm also getting it a little bit. Like, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Anyway, but there's some of that stuff from the early 2000s that I really feel like the Voivod influences come through. And it sounds really good. So, I've been sort of returning to that and realizing that, yeah, like, you know, sometimes, like, some of the vocals are a little weird, like the way Enslaved uses harsh vocals. Sometimes, I don't know, like, I feel sometimes like maybe they don't need the vocals at all. Like, doesn't really add that much to the music, and the music is, like, so expansive and wanting to be prog and everything that it almost doesn't fit. But the music is still great, and I like it a lot. So, and I kind of feel like, yeah, especially starting in their early 2000s era, there was a Voivod influence going on with Enslaved, and it's, I don't know, maybe it's not as strong now, but it's there. So, there's also the Japanese band Doom. Have you heard them?
Oh, yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you can tell that they're very Voivod influence,
for sure.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's probably one of the most clear examples of Voivod influence. It even sounds like their singer is trying to be like Snake. I don't like the vocals that much in that band. Like, they kind of, I don't know, like what I was saying about Snake. I don't know. I got used to it. I started to like it. Doom, to me, is kind of one of those bands that I like despite the singer. Almost a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's kind of how it feels to me, but again, a lot of Voivod feeling riffs and vocal passages, and like, especially influenced by that late 80s Dimension Hatros killing technology kind of sound.
Yeah, definitely. A couple bands that I think sound in the same realm of Voivod, but maybe not necessarily directly influenced by them, as they're cropped up around the same time are this French band Morshore, who have this weird album Acceleration Process.
What album is that?
I guess I don't know how do you pronounce it. Morshore, Morsure.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've heard of this. They're from France, right?
Yeah, they had an album called Acceleration Process in 1985.
Right, okay.
About half the album was on a demo from 1984. So, I mean, the fact that they started roughly around the same time, I think it's pretty unlikely that they had heard of one another, despite the fact that they're both francophone bands, I guess, but with an ocean to separate them. Really strange, off-kilter thrash metal with a kind of similar vocal style. The singer from Moshore reminds me a bit of Snake. The drums on Acceleration Process are like strangely triggered in a way. I don't know. It sounds really strange, but like kind of like
it could be a machine.
Yeah, it might be, but they're definitely real drums on the demo. So I'm like, I don't know what was going on there, but yeah, really weird record. If you like the early Voivod stuff, especially, it's definitely one to check out.
What about the more rock side of Voivod, like the early 90s kind of sound?
Yeah, I had mentioned earlier that Course of Empire record, Telepathic Last Words. It's not my favorite record by Course of Empire. I like their first two records a fair amount more, but I think if you like that self-titled Voivod record, you should definitely check that one out. I think it has a lot of the same approach as the vocal lines and the guitar riffs goes, and like the general kind of atmosphere and mood. Definitely reminded me of one another, even though, you know, there's obviously differences between the two.
It's kind of something that I just thought of now, and it's not necessarily that close, but there's a band, I don't know if you've heard of them, but they were around in the early 90s. They only released 2 albums. They're called The God Machine.
I don't know. Not ringing any bell.
So they released an album called Scenes from the Second Story in, I believe it was 1993 or 4.
Oh yeah, that does sound familiar. Yeah, you know what? Now looking at this cover, I had this record.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How did I hear about this?
They were mentioned somewhere like on an early internet site devoted to like heavy. I think it was like the B&R metal pages, maybe, or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think I have this album anymore, but yeah, now looking at this cover, I know I have this album, and I must have listened to it once or twice, but I don't think I've heard this since the 90s.
See, I bought that album used some point in the 90s, late 90s as well. Man.
Yeah.
Actually, to me, it was one of the best low-cost used blind buy purchases that I made. I ended up really liking it. I like that album a lot. Their second album is really good too. It's called Last Laugh in a Place of Dying. And yeah, I don't know. The first one is called Scenes from the Second Story. It doesn't really sound that much like Voivod in terms of the playing, but I guess in terms of the sound and the like repetitiveness of the riffs and the kind of like hypnotic power of it, it does kind of make me feel a little bit like, I don't know, the Angel Rat sort of style, but like longer songs. Like the thing about albums like Angel Rat, with Angel Rat, we didn't mention this when either of us were talking about the album, but all the songs on that album are really short. Very few are over 4 minutes long. And they just do what they need to do and they get out. The God Machine was more like they'd hone you in on it and they'd tie you up and fix you in with it and you'd be there for like many minutes. But they did it well. I don't know. I mean, maybe they didn't again, it's just sort of a last minute thing that I'm thinking of. But yeah, it sounds, if I'm trying to think of other things that might have been influenced by that like really melodic sort of early 90s side of Voivod that I personally really like. I dig that. I think that its attempt to be more commercial was like not, it almost is something to be embraced, and maybe more bands should sound like that. That would be cool. So yeah, so I'm just trying to think like, yeah, that the God Machine, yeah, a little bit. I can kind of feel it.
Yeah, after this, I'm gonna have to check my CD collection to see if I still have that album, and if not, I'll have to find it again.
It's good, man. If you're in a mood for like early '90s almost like atmospheric hard rock, then I would definitely say, yeah, it's worth a listen. The second one is a little more, I don't really want to say it's more accessible because it's not really. The two albums are really good though. The bass player ended up dying of cancer, I think, and they didn't want to continue after that, so it's like kind of sad. They were a bunch of guys from California who moved to England because for some reason they thought that would be better for them. I don't really know why, but they just did. So, and then after they were working on their albums, the bass player died of cancer, and they were like, we can't really continue without that guy. It was just, some people don't understand that. Like, see if Tranquility recorded a video today, or they released a video today at least. Can the old legends be replaced? And it was about how people don't respond well to bands who replace their members for one reason or another, often because they have to if they want to continue, right? But people are always like, oh, I don't like that. I don't like that guy in this band. Like, you know, I get it. I mean, a band member adds a lot of personality to a band. So, and again, it's like the same thing, you know, when you come up with that with Voivod, like Eric Forrest in Voivod is great on Phobos. We both really love Phobos a lot, but it's not the usual Voivod personality. Snake gives that. And the fact that those albums are missing that is a part of what makes them a little bit like not Voivod albums. Negatron didn't do so well for either of us. It's way at the bottom. So, I don't know. I mean, that's, again, part of this thing. Like, we lined up pretty good, man. We lined up pretty good, except for Roar. Roar not even being in my top 10.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I had to fit it somewhere. I had to think about how much I listened to the albums, and I kind of realized, yeah, I don't really listen to Roar that much. So, that's I guess that was kind of the deciding thing. Like, every time I do listen to it, I remember how great it is. So, there's that. And then, obviously, I'm not saying it's bad. So, but yeah, it's your number one. And it's my number 12.
Definitely love that record. Yeah, for sure.
That happens. Yeah, that happens. So,
that's Voivod. I think one of our favorite bands, and maybe one of the first installments we'll do on possibly science fiction adjacent music artists when we have time to do a bonus episode every now and then. But I think we'll be back next month with Gretchen to do our usual stuff on Astounding Magazine.
Yeah, we're going to do a special episode on the July 1939 issue of Astounding Science Fiction. And there's many great authors who we brought up previously in the end of our last episode. We were kind of going to go straight to that one, but we decided to put this one in. So, but we will be talking about Isaac Asimov. We will be talking about C.L. Moore. We'll be talking about Amelia Reynolds. We'll be talking about A.E. Van Vogt.
Yes.
Yeah, Van Vogt and his cover story, Black Destroyer. So, that's going to be really great. Looking forward to that one a lot. I enjoy most of these writers quite a bit. One or two that I'm not so sure about, but we'll see. We'll see when we get there. For now, though, remember, fight! Be wild! Warriors of Ice! Yes, this has been the Voivod episode of Chrononauts. We help to spread the word, spread the power of the Voivod to science fiction fans who want to hear something a little different, a little heavy, a little dark, a little strange, a little personal, and in the way that only Voivod can do. Who knows what other strange excursions we will be on in the future in Chrononauts. I, for one, really enjoyed this musical excursion, and yeah, who knows what will come in the future. But we'll be back to talking about literature next month in December. This is Chrononauts. Nate and JM here this episode. Good night and happy listening.